22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the Grand Final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Manage the gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. Evo's divide. Get him. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro, might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Để Quy đánh giá Evox như thế nào?
Esports cũng chỉ cần thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and that also being taken out. And now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
The Chinik Airline still like doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand and they not good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3. The same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Manage the gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS divide. Yeah. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro, might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Tự quy đánh giá Esports như thế nào?
Esports cũng chỉ cần thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Dwes also have been taken out, and now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Cheetah Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English, I understand Thailand, and they not good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Manage the gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS divide. Piano. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Tụi Quy đánh giá Esports như thế nào?
Esports cũng chỉ cần thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Dwes also being taken out, and now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Gina Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand, and they not good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Griza. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3. The same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams as well as the 18th team compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Manage the gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And the electrotherapy makes the difference here. Evo's divide. Piano. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro, might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Focus again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Để Quy đánh giá Esports như thế nào?
Esports cũng tiếp cận thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Dwes also have been taken out, and now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Cheetah Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand and they shot good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Griza. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025. This is the last day of Week 5 and the last chance for the teams to proceed to the Grand Finals by being the team of the day. On the caster says, I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, joined with the legendary Mustachio AJ.
It is yet another fantastic Sunday. We get to see not a team getting kicked out of the competition, but a team making it early into the Grand Finals so that they get a week's break. In fact, 2 weeks break, right? Because they get to rest up. Next weekend, they don't need to play. They don't need to do much. All they need to do is assess the other teams who are fighting, and obviously to look at the teams that the final 6 teams to make it to the top 12 to see exactly who do they want to hot drop to steal off some solid points. Because think about it, Neptune, these guys are qualifying early. They obviously have the firepower. Now they can scout out who are easy points, because sometimes when you get desperate, you need to know who to hot drop in that split second. So this is where they get to do their homework, my friend.
Exactly, and that is one thing that a lot of teams has been trying to do, especially when challenges are involved, as well as when they need to be that top 1. But speaking of top, we are looking at our predictions right now, though this is in no specific order for me, but it seems like it is the same for both of us, AJ.
Okay. I mean, you pointed it out. I thought in my head, the moment I saw it, I went to old school thinking, right? That we are predicting top 3. Because phase 2 is a little bit different, I totally agree with you, Neptune. I suspect one of these 3 teams are going to be able to find a qualifier today. It's great to know that our brains function the exact same way. So yeah, man, I think WAG stands a really, really strong chance. We saw a little bit of what AG Global could do yesterday. We've always talked about how if Dew, the sniper of AG Global, if the sniper is activated, they will be able to have a damn good time, because Dew just hits on another level. And the follow-up from Cypher is just phenomenal, right? Because the heavy low rate of fire guns or snipers are usually held by Dew, the AWM, the M82B, and then you've got the Woodpeckers and the Parafals, or the what was that, the Kingfisher in the hands of Cypher. And that allows them to clean up house really, really easily, right? And of course, you know, this whole shenanigan is to get to the grand finals and to be champion. We've got a huge prize for more than $350,000 on the line for both BR and CS combined. But for BR alone, the champion walks away with $100,000.
And for the tournament timeline, we are currently in the 5th week. So 4 weeks has passed already, and we are in the last day of this week. And we're getting close to those grand finals. We still have one Clash Squad that will be happening, the upper bracket, or the lower to upper bracket up until the playoffs on week 6, and then a continuation of Battle Royale, where in the top 6 will be identified who's going in to the 14th of June. But when we look at the tournament format, this is something that like astounded me overall, because back then it was just one whole run of the knockout stage, but now we split it up in 2 phases, and now we are on phase 2, still rocking my mind.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And phase 2 has been phenomenal. We obviously have the Swiss stage to look forward to next week, Thursday. I better check the schedule and be prepared for that one, Neptune. It was a phenomenally long day on the 22nd. For some of you guys who joined us, you would know we went, I think, more than 8 hours on broadcast. But it was really fun watching all of those CS matches. And this is exactly what phase 1 and phase 2 looks like. And like Neptune just mentioned, we are on pretty much the tail end of phase 2. Today is the final day we get to see the first 6 teams make that qualification, right? So we already have 5. The 6th one will join them today. From that 17th spot, we do bring in another squad as well. And as usual, the point system is going to remain the same. You hit the booyah, 12 points, 9 points for the second place, -1 point for every single consecutive position picked up here on the placements, except 11 and 12 gets you nothing, but the eliminations, though, do get you 1 point per player you take out.
Yeah, last night we had a preview on what the tiebreaker rules order will happen, and with the 7-2 all tied points between 3 teams. Now, this is no tied in terms of active skill, because you only need to use 1 unique active skill per player, per team. And so far, there is a standard that's being built right now, but there's a few, especially from those from the Indonesian, that is playing it around. And this is what we talk about. You need to use active skill based on your play style, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And this has just brought out so much of flavor in the competition thus far. And I really like that for Clash Squad, when 8 players are on the battlefield, only one of those skills can be used out there. So only one Tatsuya is going to be out there. We don't have a Tatsuya versus Tatsuya battle anymore on the battlefield, which is actually a fantastic change that has been brought forth, right? And of course, this is yet another change. The Champion Rush format, pretty much the same in terms of how it works, but the Grand Finals now has a maximum of 10 games. So if the Champion Rush is hit once you reach 80 points and the team does not secure a booyah in the very following round, we will continue all the way up till 10 matches are completed, and then we see the team that has the highest number of points, they get crowned the champion.
Yeah, and we also have for each day the LBS challenge. It is decided whether it's by battle points, special challenge, or elimination race. And this is where teams or a region specifically is being punished if they loses those challenge. And from the past, I think it was the beauty challenge. The beauty challenge wherein entire remaining region except for the winning region has been punished. And if I'm not mistaken, the same goes for today. But before we head there, these are the list that we'll be playing for today. And apart from those that was included from yesterday, we will also welcome Team Expand from Malaysia in this mix.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So Expand hopping on in for Malaysia. Yesterday we mentioned, Vamos did fairly well. They did allow us to meet the uncle ones. And then later on at the end of the day, we had the broadcast challenge. So we got to see the uncles yet again. Today, we get another team from Malaysia that might just be dragging us to the uncles yet again. But of course, I'm pretty sure Vietnam will be looking to prove themselves worthy to hog the camera. Yesterday, we did visit Vietnam quite a number of times now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the number of booyahs that they have, 3 back-to-back, and they were just rocking it. And it's not the same team overall. Everyone from Vietnam tried their best to really pop off, and that is particularly for, well, it's not the same for Team Flash and GOW because from yesterday they were the bottom of that list, but for Heavy PE Sports, WAG, and they were just popping off and they got a lot of points. They were even part of those 3 simultaneous tied teams right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I love about this phase 2 is every day is a brand new grand finals. Every day the board is reset. So you don't carry on your bad performance as well as, thank God, your good performance, right? So whatever momentum built yesterday could be destroyed today. Whatever no show in terms of momentum yesterday could change today drastically. It all depends on the rotation of maps. And we have seen how this has impacted players so severely, Neptune. Teams that used to start off the day with a booyah and then continuously string those booyahs are not able to do that anymore because you don't start on the good old Bermuda that you have already managed to conquer. Now you've got a potential where you're going to start on Solara as map number 1, and nobody has... Okay, well, Bigatron will argue that they have managed to dominate that map already. They are the kings of Solara, they call themselves. We will see about that. But in the meantime, we haven't really seen the other teams really find dominance here just yet. I mean, as pro players, I don't know how much of time they've had to go out there and experiment and play those ranked matches together with their buddies.
Yeah, exactly. And it's more dependent on the ranked matches unless they play scrims together with the rest of the teams that are here or most of the teams that are participating in Southeast Asia Spring 2025. So that is a tough one, really. Once a new map has been introduced, and it's not from the beginning of the tournament. It is halfway or midway through the tournament that it has been introduced, and a lot of teams has been thrown off. But as you did mention, I mean, Bigatron did say that they are Kings of Solara because they had the first double booyah. Now, it's not within the day, but it is within the entire tournament that Solara has been played. And they are still on top with a huge lead against those on second. And if I'm not mistaken, that is Evo's Divine. So I guess they're living up to the name.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? They did fairly well yesterday, and today, once again, I'm looking for a little bit of a shake-up in the competition. I'm looking for these underdogs to go all out. But at the same time, I look at Phase 2, and I look at how lenient Phase 2 is to the underdogs, and I'm thinking, do they even want to go all out, or do they just want to experiment with what works for them? Because what's your worst-case scenario? You do not get eliminated by the end of today. Only teams qualify. Teams do not get eliminated early in Phase 2. The elimination only happens next week on Sunday, where we get to have the final 12 teams go through 3 days of battle, 6 maps every day, a total of 18 matches. The top 6 will then qualify, bottom 6 will get eliminated. So there's no repercussion of making mistakes out here. But of course, if you do really, really well, you get to smile one extra week.
Yeah, let's see who will be smiling by that week. But right now, I think we will see more of the frown and sad faces after today because we're looking at the best sniper. We're not just looking at 2 snipers or going against each other. It's the best snipers from all the team, if I'm not mistaken. And this will be this will be the best overall because we pointed it out how well snipers has been initiating those fights, and they will not be holding up anymore.
Wait, so this involves everyone?
I believe so. Judging from the picture, it's 4 snipers already, unless it's just Do and like
but because who loses? So every other team loses. Because
every other region. Remember the beauty challenge? So we had the beauty challenge, one region won, and then the rest was punched.
Yes. Okay, fair enough. Yes, we most definitely could do that. I don't know what kind of shenanigans we're going to see at the end of the broadcast. I'm definitely looking forward to it. But I don't know. When I saw Axel versus Dew, I was like, bro, Axel. I know Axel's good, but Axel has not been shining like the bright star, like the greatest sniper out there in a long, long time. Dude, I miss this guy. There used to be a point of time where snipers were the meta in Free Fire, and Axel used to be a monster. And I have not seen the monstrous side of Axel in a long, long time, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, let's see if that will happen, especially now that we have this game schedule. We have Nextera first, followed by Bermuda, then Purgatory, Kalahari, where the snipers will be popping off, and Alpine, last but not the least, Solara. And I guess everyone will be waiting for that game number 6, AJ.
Well, now that Bigatron's out of the equation already, we can find a new king of Solara by the time we get into the thick of things. But I'm not too happy seeing Solara as game number 6. I would have loved to see Solara as game number 1, just so that we could have had a perfectly even playing field out there, and then, you know, made the best team win, right? Who can just purely depend on the mechanical skills and figuring out how to deal with the terrain as you go. Because you've probably been through, hundreds of matches in Bermuda, Purgatory, Kalahari. Many of these compounds, you know it like the back of your hand. Okay, a fight is happening here. I see the opponents right in front of me. I know where to position myself. On Solara, many teams have not figured out the map in full just yet. So that's definitely going to be a crazy final game.
Yeah, definitely. And now we are looking at Nextera, and the top 3 teams is Evo Zivine, Team Flash, and GOW. But I was looking at the numbers from yesterday, and it seems like these top 3 teams had a chance to redeem themselves because it wasn't that good for them last night.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't good at all. But yeah, I've got my theories, bro. I don't think EVOS is doing badly in the competition. I think EVOS is just being irritating right now. I think EVOS does not want to qualify early. I think EVOS is waiting for week 6, where they are just going to send everybody home crying because they are going to dominate that lobby like nobody's business. There is no way in hell EVOS has not qualified just yet. EVOS is way too good for this, okay? So so there's something fishy here.
Exactly. I mean, it seems like they just want to play around, enjoy themselves. But right now, this is a chance for us to head into the future or the next map or the first map of this day, Nextera.
Let's head on in here and see if not at the very get-go. Our mother flight throws us into a little bit of a pickle here, just like how you love it, old man. Old people love pickles, I hear.
Dude.
I don't know. But I don't know what kind of generalization that was. Actually, I love pickles too.
So that means you're an old man. But so far, I mean, no pickle right here. No one will be stuck and soaked in vinegar at this point.
There are many ways to make pickles, bro. I mean, some people pickle it with sugar, some people pickle it with salt. Not necessarily just vinegar. I used to make pickles too. Yeah, so I tried making kimchi for myself once. Everybody should try making kimchi for themselves. I mean, homemade kimchi is life. Okay, I definitely sound like an uncle right now.
Well, let's see if the uncles will be seen right now, because unfortunately June has been taken out already. Here comes Cougar with a takedown against Suez, and the Axel, the sniper of the team, will try to run away, but Royale long shots onto him. Blue wall will be able to save him for a little bit. Plus that hit from afar, but here comes GOW disrupting core memory, or probably just going for the backstab, and let's see if he will survive. Another passerby, and there goes Team Vamos out for the count a little bit too early.
I mean, CRM's taking revenge, but the challenge was yesterday, CRM, so it really doesn't matter anymore. Nobody cares about the fight. Yesterday was devastating for CRM. They lost the battle.
Yeah. I mean, Vamos just did a booyah, and even before that, they have been hot dropped, and that is where they are responding right now. Let's see if the same goes for today, though they have 5 eliminations already. They still have one GOW who's getting information from their side, and another one, which is Sensei, who is dropping in with WAG. So the Knucklers has been used, and spotting one. No shots has been made. There comes Cyrus. Trogon and the hit! That's what you need that Trogon for. Up close and personal. It is just that grenade launcher that you can use.
I don't know what Sensei was doing with 4 HP, bro. I mean, he had space to run away. He could have gone and tried to look for a med kit, but he chose to take that fight looking for that headshot, not expecting the Trogon to pop out of nowhere. That gun is truly a game changer when your opponent barely has anything on him, especially in some big team fights. Now, Shield Gun not shielding Krillin well as the Zom gets a flying Parafile headshot, and Team Flash will be able to take first blood off of WAG here. And WAG not looking for a fight as they are down by 2 already. R1 scan at this boxing gym, obviously by WAG. Problem is they can't run away. They need a little bit of distraction here first.
Let's see, trying to run away. Little hit as well from afar, but Expor knows as a sniper how to get far to be able to avoid those shots. But Cyrus, after being taken down, might be revived instantaneously, and Expor goes down as well. But Team Flash is still on the hunt and not letting go of Alan from all sides, going for those hits.
Well, Krillin has spent all of his money already, so his buddies better not die on him again. But Kabi showing up. Krillin, only one glue wall in his hands. Had to use it. Has nothing now. And the backstab by Mufasa will be able to put him down on the ground. Heavy fighting WAG. A wounded WAG and wounding them even further. Oh, my lord. This is not a great start at all for the Vietnamese squad.
Definitely. And now I can say, Mufasa. No clogged nose anymore. Heavy right now. No clogged shots from them. Everything is going in, especially for those surrounding them. And I love how it's showing up right now. Even from yesterday, they started up hot, and it's only the 4th minute of this game. Though only one team has been eliminated compared to yesterday, but there was an attempt to take out as much team as possible. And right now, Du has been taken down. Chinoy has been knocked down as well, and they have been revived, and they get their 6th elimination, but they need to spend a little bit more to bring back Chinoy.
Yep, 6 eliminations for AG Global, already starting things off hot here. As Chinoy is dragged back into the fight. He is not going to be tickled at all by anybody else here. So good reset here for AG Global overall. But EVOS finding Zenzi on the drop. Not going to be able to find the connection onto the shots. And the rest of AG Global scattering as EVOS tries to pick off some points off of them.
I mean, I don't know what's happening right now. There's a lot of teams surrounding each other, and Evo's Divine earlier we just saw AG, but now they also have Visaka Srivijaya, and Razia right now is eating them up, and it is just using both VSK and M82B. Obey might be taken down, and he single-handedly took them out.
Quadra for Razia, the Wonder Kid is on fire. My goodness me. But of course, Visaka Srivijaya just didn't have any much defense against him at all. Out of glue walls, clearly out of medkits as well. Desperately trying to pick up their buddies, and Razia just could take his time as he picked them off one by one with that high ground. He's going to get sprayed down by Onyx. And Adrian will make sure that point is claimed for himself. AG, on the other hand, getting stuck into a little bit of a scuffle here, but it looks like Onyx does not want to continue the fight outside the circle. Use that launch pad to find a quick reposition.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing it smart right now, especially from what we've seen yesterday. They're getting that groove on, and they want to get more points. But for Evo's Divine, a team that, well, a lot of expectation coming from them. You did mention your theory on what they're up to right now, but PE Sports would also want to get a piece of what Evo's Divine can bring them, and that is those elimination points. But this is just 2 players coming here, and the quota has been used to spot them out. Not quite sure, though, if there will be any pushes that will be done against Evo's Divine, because a 2v4 is not too good of a standings or probability for PE Sports right now.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, PE is definitely the weaker team here in terms of engagement, but they do have that high ground, and Evo's Divine knows they are right above them. So staying below here, they do hold the advantage because PE can't look directly below. Quick reposition as Coach will just make sure the area is clear, and PE quick reposition to make sure they can cut off the rotation here off EWOS when they do try to turn around. But Razia with the double reptile rhythm, breaking down the defenses, but there's a time turner outside there, and it does not hold for long. PE will all fall down as these boys get the catch on them. Razia with yet another knock. 6 eliminations already, almost got the 7th, but PE with the pickup to save that.
Yep, Esports now. Lao Ho is going solo right now, and it's not this is definitely a pickle for Lauho because there's 2 teams in front of him, 1 team behind him, and not so much that he can do. So all you have to do is wait at this moment, probably farm a few points, and if he does have a coin, he might head in straight to Plazaria. The only question is how, because it's quite tough to get across without getting shot, especially with all this anxious players teams who's just listening to those footsteps as well as those gunshots.
You know, most countries have got a, Chinatown. This is Little Vietnam at Plazaria. So you've got PE Esports, Heavy, Team Flash, all here. But they do not want to meet each other. And we totally understand why at this point of time. Onyx planning to visit Little Vietnam. But I don't know if they're going to like the welcoming committee there or not. Because obviously Flash and Heavy have got open line of sight here. Rasya up top and finds the 7. Can he get the elimination? No, double glue walls. Team Flash with the pickup, and Rasya so dangerous here today.
Yeah, and oh my goodness. I mean, Rasya is just on fire, and I think they want to end this strong. They want to finish this as the top team. But back to Lil Vietnam, and it's up in that alley because we are in the plaza. You know how it is. It's always in the plaza that you put up all of those community, and the outsiders, which is AG Global, is being shot at from all angles. I don't think Du has any idea on where to start shooting.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, the high ground advantage will need to finally move. I'm talking about EVOS. They finding Cougar from afar as well, but AG getting those clips onto them. Chinoy and Du still on their feet. What a headshot by Du. But will be able to just clip the shoulders. Apologies. No headshots coming on through there. Almost gets it. And AG Global just choosing not to go crazy with those engagements just yet. Cypher fighting one on the side of PE. And Barros will finish up the job. A 2v1 up against the PE player was just a little too much to deal with. But down at the bottom, WAG now making their way up to the top. And it'll be the M590 Bison combo that puts AG Global out of the race.
Similar story from what we've seen. Once AG and WAG goes against each other, that W makes a huge difference. And WAG does get that win in that fight. Onyx Olympus right now in the chase against GOW, another team with a W on them. And let's see if that Wolf power will come out this time, because it seems like they cannot get in this compound.
WAG, X-Bor, finding Mufasa from afar. And it looks like the pickup will be possible. Man's not put out of the equation just yet. Onyx, Adrian, expand on the right. And you've got GOW on the left as well. A 3-way battle as the Riptide Rhythm breaks down the defenses of Expand. They pull up yet another glue wall right on that Riptide Rhythm. A little bit of a misplay, but thankfully they get away with their lives. Now bullet after bullet sent the way of Expand, but what's worse is the circle is coming as well.
Yeah, it is closing in. It will be difficult for them to really move around. And as you can see in the middle of the map, we also have Core Memory, Team Flash, and Heavy already in the mix. So they need to deal with those on the edge of the circle, which is Expand, GOW, as well as Onyx, and then you will be going into the open. And the only question is, who goes down first? It is Luki who will be taken down, and there's no recovery that can be done. We another sad Mag 7 in hand, and now Vic will try to respond.
Expand 5 eliminations. Good game today here. Max 7 and Afik gets the sprayed out onto Tan, but they are all being damaged by the blue here. They need to get in, and they need to get in now. Afik with a sliver of health left on him. Barely any EP to convert into his health as well. Does have a couple of inhalers on him, but thankfully the circle, Afik gets in just in time.
Unfortunately, Vaults, though, has been taken down after that Riptide Rhythm, and it is from afar, but the battle continues on the edge of the circle. Onyx Olympus going against GOW, and GOW is not in the winning state. Onyx Olympus was able to squeeze in onto the side and might be able to go for the backstab against Heavy or Team Flash, but all eyes coming from the other side, especially Evo's Divine. That sniper, Rasya, would be deadly if you pop off on this hill.
Yeah, Adrian finding the player on the side of EVOS, but clearly the recovery is very fast here. Yet another Riptide Rhythm sent out. Rasya fighting Adrian, and Rasya yet again. I mean, Rasya is 100% going to be the top slayer of this lobby. The man has been hitting shot after shot after shot, and Rasya again while find wings. This kid is phenomenal.
Dude, you know how it is. When the challenge is up, they often take it. And that is what, I don't know if that what Russia has been looking forward to. They might, I don't know if they know that this challenge will be coming up, but the moment it shows up, they are something else. So I don't think they will be waiting for next week to qualify, because on how Russia is popping off, the rest of the team, the whole team will be showing up.
Absolutely, and Team Flash, beautiful knock onto Zyro and the claim on his life as well. Adam backs away, but look at Don and Adam sharing a space. The enemy of the enemy is my friend, and both of us are clearly struggling, so we will just allow one glue wall to be between us.
There you go. Nice grenade. And then earlier, a grenade is about to be cooked as well, but that's the reason why he's hiding out. Doesn't have the weapon to go in up close. SKS going against M590. You don't want to use that right now. Glue wall after glue wall. Damage after damage. And Adam says, no Eve today. CRM, core memory, will just be history.
Yeah, that was somebody else's Riptide Rhythm that Adam used to his advantage. But now Onyx, all alone here, so he has to figure out exactly how he's going to be rotating around. 5 more teams left in here. Team Flash finding Heavy. 2 players down on the ground. Flash on fire this time around. 9 eliminations in hand already, with the Zom just doing phenomenal damage to the players on the side of Heavy. And they clean up house one after the other. WAG finding the Heavy players who are running away from Flash as well. So Heavy's definitely not going to be fighting the Booyah in this game.
I mean, M249 coming from Clearing, if I'm mistaken, is doing so much damage, and that FGL as well will put in a hurt on them. Riptide Rhythm, RGS, everything else has been thrown against Team Flash, but that doesn't stop them from rushing in, though Heavy has been taken out. WAG will try to rotate towards Evo's Divine, but not for sure if they'll be able to make it. But the shift of the circle is helping them, and they are just getting ahead of every team out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Riptide Rhythm, Evos loses their defense, but look at the defensive backup from the rest of their team members, laying out the glue wall so that Rasya and Aim God can quickly find that reposition. Now, the snipers are not going to be as effective in a situation like this where it is very open grounds, and the moment you step on out, the sniper on the opposite side can most definitely put you down. So Rasya just needs to be a tad bit careful here. They cannot underestimate X-Ball. And you do see the double snipe setup here by Cyrus as well on the side of WAG.
Yeah, and there goes the takedown, not coming from WAG, but from Team Flash, and Evo's Divine has been stuck, and everyone is falling down. There you have it. Only one remains for Evo's Divine. Make that no one, or there was still one who was able to get away, but Aim God spotted by X4, and sure enough, we will be brought into Vietnam.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a guarantee. We get to see Yoon Sul at the very start of the day. I don't know if you guys are excited, but I'm sure everybody's excited. So 10 eliminations. And it looks like WAG can earn a few more. Look at the position coming on through here. Riptide Rhythm, X-Ball, very far away from the rest of the players on the side of WAG. Just trying to get a vantage point as well as an advantage. Wang M has got the grenade launcher as well as AWM in hand. He's going to be a huge damage dealer. Single-handedly, Wang M can drop the 3 players on the side of WAG.
Yeah, and X-Bar has already flanked away, waiting for anyone from Team Flash to move in. Well, let's see what Team Flash will be doing. I think they put up so many glue walls already. The Melters is just taking it out one at a time. And that is also, I think if X-Bor does have a Riptide Rhythm, he's just saving it up for the perfect timing. There goes the hit, clear in for a double, and WAG goes for the rush.
Oh my, and it is Wang M, the first player to get knocked down. He's the one with the grenade launcher. That was a big one coming on through from WAG, and what a booyah to start the day for Vietnam.
Oh, definitely. And, well, they do deserve their place in the board right now. They did manage to get themselves back up after of days of being in a slump. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
guess with all this happening, with all the booyah and elimination point as well, there will be more confidence coming from Vietnam.
Oh, bro, I mean, I see the confidence rising, and that's what I said yesterday. Vietnamese players just need to be a little bit more confident with themselves because they are not just Free Fire players. They are world-class Free Fire players. And damn, Krillin, what a nade, brother. 14 eliminations strong. They bring home the first booyah for Vietnam in the most phenomenal fashion. But of course, we're definitely going to see the highlight reel here a little bit as well for Mr. Rasia. He was definitely on a roll, looking for the #1 spot to make sure Indonesia does not fail at this whole sniper challenge.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's sniper challenge. Rasia is on the list, and he wants to win that. Doesn't want to be in the losing end, but it seems like a lot is on contention. Though we don't have any really view of how many the other snipers has done, but
Yeah.
in the case of Rasia,
Do we
he
need to
has
see?
done so much.
I mean, we would have seen some other names pop up quite often, but nobody was popping up as often as Rasia. Rasia may have won the sniper battle just with this game alone, all right?
Yeah.
Because we see in a day how many eliminations do these players get. Getting like close to 8 to 10 eliminations in one game is pretty rare, you know. This is exactly what players pull away from the whole days of play. And I'm very sure this is not the final time we're going to see Rasia popping off, right? He is literally a sniper main, and he is a sniper slayer for sure. Those shots were just phenomenal there.
Definitely. I mean, from the beginning, the moment that even before they are taken down, it just so happens that they have been brought into the close quarter combat where the snipers really has nothing to do. And even Aim God tried to survive, but not so much towards the end. But they did put in the numbers right now. The only question is that enough to lead them not only on the challenge, but also on the top of today's battle?
I don't know. I don't think. You see. I mean, if they can pop off like this in this lobby, all right, they just need another top dog to get out of their way. And then come next week, we are going to see Rasia after Rasia after Rasia after Rasia and EVOS conquering all the way because, damn, these boys know how to play. But, of course, there is a big problem here as well because we're going to send one team qualifying. There's a high probability that, AG Global comes alive and then they steal it away for Thailand. And then come next week, you've got many teams from Vietnam and you've got teams like WAG who are still able to play at the highest level like this. It's going to be crazy. Yes, EVOS will be deadly next week, but it's not going to be easy for them to rip it away from Vietnam. Clearly, like what we have seen in this game one.
Definitely. I mean, a lot of teams have been waiting for the final moment, that last chance to really pop off. Though they are starting it right now. I mean, we're seeing the momentum day after day. It just so happens that it doesn't carry over. The performance that they have from each day, especially in Phase 2, doesn't carry over. So they have to reset overall, especially if they make one mistake in a map. And I think that is the same story for most of the teams that hasn't went into the grand final slot just yet, but we'll have to see. I mean, 6 spots that will be taken by next week, that is a huge chance. And for each region, what if all of their teams manage to get that?
I mean, it will be phenomenal to see that. But of course, Malaysia seems to be struggling just a tad bit. I hope to see Expand and Vamos make it through. Because it's crazy, right? Because at one point, Vamos is almost qualifying into Clash Squad, and now we can't really see Vamos dominating this leaderboard and fighting the qualifier in a group. Like, I'm confused as to what's up with the squad. I thought that they would lose a very big acquisition when there was yet another roster change, and then we saw Gardu and the other player kind of lead the squad, and then the OG players from Malaysia step back into the Vamos team. I thought we're going to see a dip in performance, but thankfully, that is not the case. So clearly, something is going on, in the background here for Team Vamos. They are heading in the right direction here now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have been showing it overall. But
Yeah.
right now, we're going to go to Vietnam, to Yunsul, as well as to hear what WAG has to say after that match. So let's bring it to them.
What a wonderful match, right, people? Yes, I'm MC Yunso, and right next to me is WAG Export, and welcome to our interview after the match. So, hello Export, let's jump into our first questions, right? So, since you have the first booyah of the game to start everything fresh in the game, especially for the Vietnamese team, how's your mentality right now? Do you feel happy? Especially you know that you just won the combat with Esports involved in it. Xin chào Esports, thì xin được chúc mừng Esports và WAG đã có được cho mình một chiến thắng rất là mãn nhãn ở trận đấu đầu tiên của ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Thì không biết là tâm lý Esports đang như thế nào, mọi người có đang ổn không? Và đặc biệt là Esports có biết là mình đã thắng chiến đấu bao cuối với hai đội tuyển là Team Flash và là Esports ở trong đó. Esports cảm thấy như thế nào vậy ạ?
Tâm lý của đội tuyển mình hôm nay thì có vẻ là khá là kiểu hơi lo sợ một tí. Vì nếu mà hôm nay team tụi mình mà không vô được chung kết thì sẽ không đủ thời gian để mà vừa nghiên cứu tự chiến và vừa nghiên cứu sinh tồn ở tuần sau. Và còn vòng bộ cuối mà gặp team Flash với lại là Esports thì tại vì vô đấy thì mình không biết là mình gặp với team nào ấy, nên là tâm lý cũng là bình thường.
Bây giờ là tâm trạng mình đang cảm thấy hơi lo sợ một chút xíu.
Lo sợ khi mà thi đấu ở ngày cuối tuần 5.
So apparently today, maybe their mentality is a little bit unstable and nervous because this is the last day we can get the ticket to the finals early. So we are afraid that we won't have enough time to prepare the tactics for both BR and CS mode. But overall, we think we can fix that and we will be okay, especially for our first booyah of the day. At the end of the circle, we didn't know which team we are fighting, so we feel completely normal. So into our second questions, Export. Okay, so you know, like today in the match is pretty intense at this moment. So what would you do to talk with everyone in your team so we could play better and we could communicate much better, since today is a very intensity day for all of you? Bởi vì ngày thi đấu chúng ta hôm nay thì cũng rất là căng thẳng, chưa kể là mình sẽ có cả 5 đội tuyển Việt Nam nữa, thì Esports cũng có thể thấy được là bắn với các đội tuyển Việt Nam giao tranh rất là nhiều. Thì bình thường Esports với người vị trí tỉ ở trong đội tuyển thì Esports sẽ thường làm gì với mọi người để mọi người có thể là giao tiếp hợp với mình nhất, để mình có thể đưa ra một cái lối chơi phù hợp và hoàn hảo hơn ở trong game ạ?
Vì đối với team em thì tỉa của em là vị trí độc lập nên là không có giao tiếp nhiều với ba đồng đội của mình.
Vậy là bình thường là mình sẽ lắng nghe mọi người call nhiều hơn.
Dạ đúng rồi, đa phần là mình sẽ nghe mọi người call nhiều hơn, tại vì mình là chơi một mình không à.
Chơi một mình không hả?
Dạ vâng.
Chơi một mình thì có cảm giác như là mình sẽ dễ dàng kiểm soát tình hình ở trong game hơn không?
Đúng rồi, vì chơi một mình thì mình dễ thông tin về kẻ địch hơn.
Okay, so whenever he plays in the game, he is the sniper role. So personality himself likes to play in a solo more than other people. His role is just to listen to other communications, and then he hears it, and then he concentrates to play in the game. So he feels confident the most when he plays in the game. So overall, I think his teammate puts a lot of effort to make him understand the communication more into his teammate, which is, I think, is a very good thing in the team. So last thing, like you said, today will be our last day, so we can get the ticket to the finals. It's gonna be so stressful, so scary. I understand that. So can I hear your plans? What will you do today? Bởi vì như Expo đã nói, ngày hôm nay thì chúng ta sẽ có một ngày thi đấu rất là căng thẳng đó, đúng không ạ? Tại vì là ngày cuối cùng để mà mình có được vé vào chung kết sớm, chứ nếu không thì để đến tuần sau nó khá là căng thẳng, đúng không? Vậy thì Yusu có thể nghe được là một cái sự chia sẻ đến từ Expo là hôm nay mọi người sẽ dự tính làm cái gì để mà mình có thể gọi là chắc cú lấy được cái tấm vé vào chung kết sớm không?
Thì hôm nay thì team em là dồn hết sức về ngày thi đấu cuối cùng này thôi, nên là chắc là hôm nay là team em sẽ vô chung kết.
Vô chung kết không?
Dạ chắc là có.
Cho nghe kỹ cái sức mạnh của mình coi.
Chắc là có.
Có không? Mạnh mẽ lên, tự tin lên.
Dạ có.
Dạ có, okay. So because today is gonna be stressful, of course I understand that. So here we will stand our words, we will try our best, and definitely we can get the ticket to the finals early. So as Export said, we will become the team of the day today. Cảm ơn Export rất là nhiều và rất là vui khi được nghe những sự tự tin đến từ Export như thế, và Yusu cũng mong rằng ngày hôm nay đội tuyển là team of the day sẽ thuộc về WAG hoặc là thuộc khu vực Việt Nam nhé. Thank you so much for watching our interview. And now let's head back to the caster and see the game stats.
I want to break down that interview, but Neptune and I, clearly you guys would have heard the conversation. Chat was talking about how this guy reminded him of Doraemon. And we went down a rabbit hole there. But it's good to see WAG pretty much up for a huge battle today because they are looking for that early qualifier into our finals. They don't want to play next week, and I understand. But they got to deal with this, man. They kind of went all out with the Russia play, but I don't think we saw a lot from the other players here.
Yeah, I mean, it's because they distance themselves from the other teams. Thus, it's more on Russia getting all those elimination. And that's one thing, though, having Russia pop off. And we did mention that if he does, the rest of the teams will follow. But what can they do? There's no follow-up that can be done unless they also use a sniper. And we rarely see that. So there's not so much that is happening compared if we compare them to AG Global. That's a different story. But when we look at our MVP for that match, it is clearing 5 elimination, 2,835 on the damage, 6 knockdown, wearing that Coda, that Nairi, Alvaro, as well as that Kairos.
Yeah, this is a tanky sidekick running through the battlefield, just being able to spot out his opponents, stand right in front of them, toss a grenade at them, and be able to recover as he takes these wild shots, right? Brings in the beast in as well for the extra range on those nades. And I don't think that's the exact gun he was using out there, but it doesn't really matter because Krillin was just picking up anything that he could find out there on the battlefield and just throwing it at his opponents. Very, very proficient player. Assault rifles, SMG specialist for sure. Overall, the Koda Skylar, Tatsuya, Cassie linkage coming through this time for the WAG victory.
Yeah, definitely. And as Expert did mention, he wants to go solo in most of his mission. Thus, he need that healing touch coming from Olivia. And he's the only one who has it. And even Cyrus, who is a support, doesn't have that because he just needs to focus on being strong enough, being tankier enough to give that to Alan, who is their rusher. So far, in terms of skill build, they are prime right now with what's most in the meta, but in terms of stats in the numbers, Kirin takes it to a number of 5 elimination, and then both Alan as well as X4 with 4 and 1 for Cyrus at this point, bringing us to a total of 14.
Yeah, it's crazy that Xbor is that backup player as well, right? He's the support player with the healing gun that's actually topping up their lives as the rest of the rushes move on forth. But it's very clear to see because even in the final battle, Xbor was nowhere to be seen on the battlefield because he was holding such a long distance away from the rest of his team members. And if in any case something does go wrong with the treatment sniper, he's just able to bring them up back to their feet. And surprisingly, we don't find a key highlight here for elimination. It's very dirty play, production. I know what they're trying to do. They don't want to let me see exactly how many eliminations Russia has here. Glenn's going to get the highlight for the total grenades used, and my oh my, the final grenade was the one that led them to that booyah. So great plays from him overall.
Yeah, definitely. In terms of key players, they are definitely the key players for that match. And for the key team, it is WAG, not only with Booyah, but also number 1 in that game, followed by Team Flash as well, who has been flashy. They survive quite longer compared to the previous day, but Evo's Divine, because of the number of elimination that Razia has brought in, comes in 3rd. But Core Memory, I don't think they will be slowing down right now because they did lose that challenge. They also want to join their fellow man on that grand final, so they're aiming high for that number 1.
Well, they may be aiming high, but the rest of the snipers better pick up their pace as well because Russia's about to leave them in the dust. And I think I know exactly what device he has in his hands now.
Yeah, definitely. That is a Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. That is really the next generation, especially with the Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor and featuring the enhanced Vulkan engine, as well as improved ray tracing technology that delivers outstanding performance with its smooth gaming experience and lifelike graphics.
Absolutely. Powerful AI capabilities and top-tier performance. The Galaxy S25 Ultra becomes the ultimate weapon for professional gamers, and that's exactly what these guys are out there. I mean, come on, man. If you've got the best device in your hands and you've got the skills to match, then coming out here and playing for the top price of $100,000 is no longer just a dream, but it's a reality, Neptune.
Exactly. I mean, there's a lot that has been happening right now. A lot has evolved overall, not only for a team, but also for a region who has been performing well. Back then, for Vietnam, we don't see that much, but now they are showing up. It's not just one team specifically, but a lot of teams that really want to give prestige to their country. And let's see if they can follow it through on Bermuda, because this OG map really brings in a lot of firepower from all the teams. And even if WAG wants to bring it on, even those from Indonesia as well as Malaysia and Thailand will try to do so as well.
Yeah, no doubt at all. We are going to see a mad push coming on through for these teams. And the top 3 teams here, EVOS Divine, Saksa Srivijaya, and GOW. But we kind of can take these stats and throw it out of the window already, Neptune, by now, because it's not really playing its role in the grand scheme of things in terms of showing us who's going to go out there and dominate. Everything's topsy-turvy in here when we have a grand final sort of a setup.
Yeah, definitely. That's one thing that we want to see even more for when it comes to the battle, but we'll have to find out if there will be any changes. We'll have to see as well if the teams here will still be popping up, because pretty much it does look like it, well, apart from GOW though, who has been pushed down there in the bottom half of our today's standings, and they need to do a lot more, especially if they want that #1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one game. You know, the catch-up could be here. And we've seen many a times teams getting the booyah and then getting kicked out in the 12th spot. So GOW can get kicked out early and then booyah in the next game as well. So anything is possible out here. Vietnam, I know, has not shown us everything just yet. Let's hop on into game number 2 now, into Bermuda, and see exactly who's geared up for booyah number 2.
Well, we'll have to see though if I will be given the chance to see a terrible flight path right now. That's what I've been asking for, but I don't think I'll be given, and they want to have a fair and smooth flight all throughout Bermuda right now. And Team Heavy already on their way to Cape Town, Core Memory into Mills, and let's see if they will be able to, or if we can see any potential hot drop that might be happening, especially there's a battle that will involve or a challenge that will involve the snipers, and this beginning of the match can help them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And everybody seems to be pretty comfortable in their own spots, so not a lot of early skirmishes, but of course we do have some potential out there. EVOS Divine finding a whole lot here, acres of land to explore, pick up decent coins, and to buff themselves up before an engagement. And, you know, with such a wide area like this, you're definitely going to find a couple of snipers from Mr. Rasia.
Let's see if that happens. But on the other side, the ones who find themselves is AG Global and Expand, or specifically Afik and Saifa. It's an MP5 battle, but here comes Lucky right now, joining in a 1v2. They don't want Saifa to take any advantage. Riptide Rhythm plus that takedown. And it is now left to do as well as Chinoy, but another 1v1 might be happening. And for AG Global, they do have the advantage this time.
Chinoy, Rebel Rush to save himself. Does have a gun in hand. Let's see what he can do with the assault rifle. Backup is here as well for the Expand players. Now, AG Global should be able to outgun the players on the side of AG, no doubt at all. But the numbers disadvantage here could definitely put them in a little bit of a pickle. Afik now with the Thompson in hand has the treatment sniper. But of course, he's not going to go aggressive with it just yet.
Let's see, how can you be aggressive with that treatment sniper? But there you go, AG Global making a lot of noise. I'm not quite sure if Expand will be rushing in blind at this point. They don't have any visibility on Barros, who is very far away and is engaged against Team Heavy. So Chinoy as well as Du needs to be careful, and what they're just doing is taking out the UAV so that they can move around. But here comes Drian as well back in play. The rest of the teams of Expand will try to go in for the push. 3-man push, Riptide Rhythm, and there goes Balls, taking him down with that Mag 7.
It's unfortunate, but now Heavy, question is, how's this player flying above you? Okay, it's not fast enough, so it's definitely not a launch pad situation. Mufasa Landing right above Barros, who literally has a secondary. So this is a GG. Oh, vehicle time. Mufasa might not be getting this catch just yet. But in the meantime, Flash already exposed by the scans on the side of Onyx. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses, and what a nade. A sidestep. Glue walls will not work in this time around. And the time turner helping out Adrian with the Mag 7 to put down 2 players on the side of Flash. Looking for the third one as well. Electrotherapy turnaround. But it's just not working out perfectly for Team Flash here, as Onyx still outnumber them on the battlefield.
Yeah, and they get their 4 elimination as well as a pickup on their teammates. And no loss right there for Onyx Olympus. But we still have all the teams available. So a recovery, a revive has been done. The only question is, where will they be dropping in? Because Evo's Divine will be jumping in against Onyx Olympus up close and personal, and Ray for the flank while the rest are on the rooftop.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it seems to be a little bit of a pickle here for the Indonesian squad. So maybe only one can walk out of here. And what if it is not Evos? Yeah, Onyx already on fire. They've got the loot of Team Flash as well, so they can take another fight here. But Evos, it's all about who gets the first drop. Oh my goodness. Level 3 farmers as well in the hands of Kochil. He's going to be deadly in this mid to long range engagements. Thankfully, Onyx not looking to take a weak fight against them. Backing away to find a perfect defense. Adrian losing his defenses, but the Rebel Rush will get him to safety. He does have the electrotherapy on connection as well. Kochil with the Bison misses his opportunity, but will do the follow-up perfectly as the Trogon just does not pop off in time. Kochil now for yet another, and Evos making Onyx look like they're no threat at all.
Yeah, I mean, they have the motivation from game number 1, and now the rest of the teams are popping off. 3 make that 4 eliminations for them. And similar to what we've seen on Olympus do, no takedown, or no one from their team has been taken down. But still, we still have 12 teams remaining. So Onyx Olympus is still safe out there, out in the open. Same goes with AG Global and Team Flash, but they need to recover quickly. Otherwise, they will be taken out without any loot, without any resources, and without any place to go in the real state of the next phase of the circle.
Chinoy once again on the revival. AG Global not having a great game. Previous game, they only managed to pull away 9 points, not even heading into the double digits of that matchup. And this game has just been pure torture for them. First 5 minutes, just multiple revives being brought through by the team.
Yeah, for Vamos, they didn't get any point from earlier, but now at least they have one. And who's stalking them? Or they are stalking GOW. And not sure though if they are ready to go in for the fight. They might be able to hit a surprise against Demon. And here comes all the players, or make that 2 out of 4 players trying to chase him out. And Suez for the takedown with an M590. That's already an advantage for them. Not quite sure if GOW will try to go in for the push, or Vamos will back away. There goes a nade as well as a glue wall melter onto Axel, but still managed to pull away from that fight.
If that was a frag grenade, damn, that would have been a hot one. Unfortunately, it was just a glue wall melter, so it was kind of a little bit of a bummer. I was expecting a huge moment there, but GOW has managed to shoo away Vamos, who defensively retrace their steps back, but Axel finding that high ground. AWM in hand, and Tun just teasing him with the SVD from afar.
Yeah, I mean, this is a sniper versus sniper, but Tun will not be backing up in their solo. Suez right now, shots with AC-80 to make sure that they cannot get any angles on the Axel while he moved towards the rest of the teams. But that's not yet over. This is somewhat what we've seen often from Team Vamos. Despite of them having a chance to go in for that takedown, for that elimination, they slow it down, giving a chance for GOW to recover as well as to fight back. But they focus more on Dian, who is far away. Suez right now will be hit. A little bit of nade action, but it has been averted. Now, glue wall melter, and Hui for the backstab, using that vehicle and instantaneously being chased by 2.
And all of a sudden, we are watching a Clash Squad matchup here. And the only thing that's just prolonging this is the fact that the circle has not come, and we have a much more dragged out battle. Clash Squad would have not allowed the fight to remain in the outskirts all that too long. But Wes with a sliver of health now, allowing Tan to take him down with the M1887. But it was heavier losses suffered by the players on the side of GOW, and Tan hits that revival as well. And Diane's not going to be able to get out of this one. He will be the next sacrifice on the side of GOW, but the team stays alive in the fight.
Yeah, they still stay alive in this fight, but Team Vamos already have 6 elimination from their end. Now, at some point, if this is Clash Squad and they're taken by the blue, they will be taken out already. Knockdown. It happened to me more often than I want to, but well, it's a good thing we are on BR and they can still tank the blue. From second to the third phase of the circle, it closes and Evo's Divine is on the edge.
And, let's see if or not OB can make a difference here. M249 in hand with those sprays, but the damage and the accuracy in the mid to long range not be the most fancy one. But if you can get those super taps with just that one finger instead of holding down that fire button, maybe you have a stronger chance. Beautiful play here. Guns just switching places with Krillin. And you can see the electrotherapy connected from afar. And Gardu will be separated from the rest of his team members. And so the same happens with Cyrus as well. A 1-for-1 trade on both sides. Alan showing up, but it's a 2v1. Good glue walls to save Alan, but OB finds him with the M590. Krillin hopping on in to get one knock, but the backstab is there to put him down. Back and forth we go. But AG Global shows up as the third party, shutting down Visaka Srivijaya, giving WAG a chance to recover their health here, but potentially AG is going to be able to fish out these two boys as well. The only thing keeping them in here are those glue walls.
Yeah, the glue walls are saving them at that point, and I think that would be the revenge of AG Global from what happened from the earlier game. But WAG, though, surviving that onslaught and the crisscross of that electrotherapy, the isolation as well from both teams did work. If it wasn't for AG Global, Visaka Srivijaya will have a chance. But, well, as we look into the next phase of the circle, we still have 11 teams fighting, and few of them are outside of the blue, though the Axel is already making way into this compound in Katulistiwa. But here comes Team Flash trying to do the same, but there's no backup for Team Vamos.
And Rasia was hitting the big numbers in the previous game, seems to have slowed his pace down a little bit here, but maybe he can pick it up once again as Team Evo spots out heavy from afar. Look at this, sending out the Super Hunters on the left-hand side, and Rasia is going to be controlling the right angle, long range with the M82B. Aim God's going to get knocked down to the ground first as Heavy spots out Evos, and this is a big one. Mufasa now knocked down to the ground. Good glue walls pulled up. Mufasa back on his feet. Aim God on the left-hand side here, trying to just cut off the rotation. Rasia from the right-hand side, and Team Heavy is stuck in a very rough spot.
At least they are within the next phase of the circle, and Rasia is just covering one side, but unaware of the trouble that is coming in from Onyx Olympus. Team Flash is taking another compound to the side after using that launch pad, but it's outside of the blue. That can be an opening for Rasia to take them down. But the focus is still on Team Heavy, especially as their teammates has already came back from that mission that I would say have failed, but still they have a compound to hold. They can gatekeep anyone who's rushing in, and Heavy is getting too close.
6 eliminations, and Rasia trying to make it 7. We'll find the connection with the M82B through those blue walls for sure, but WAG now being pressured by Vamos will back away. Riptide Rhythm breaking down their defenses, but not really putting the team at harm's way at all. Alan, grenade through the window! Oh! And they all jump on in. All thanks to that Steffi. That is just going to be inundated, but beautiful play coming through from Vamos. But as they hop on in, they're going to get flushed out. Krillin with the P90, and player after player, they shut down, wiping out Vamos in the 11th spot.
And this is where WAG grabs their 4 elimination after the battle has been, or the elimination has been stolen by AG when they fought against Visaka Srivijaya. But outside of blue, 4 phase of the circle going to 5th, it will definitely hurt It is not just a bite of an ant right now, it's a bite of a wolf. And let's see if they will be able to get in time, because there's no more place to go, especially with only a compound is taken by two teams, Onyx Olympus as well as Core Memory.
Let's see if Onyx now can kind of just travel across here without being shot. Yes, they can. My goodness. Great layout of glue walls and maneuvering by Adam. And they do manage to conquer pretty much the center of this next safe zone alongside CRM. Expand joining the fray as well. Oh my lord, Neptune. 10 teams still alive, 33 players. This is way too small of a compound. And Nero getting the drop off nade onto Chinoy. Nobody picks the man up and he expires instantly. AG doing battle up against PE as they try to find themselves a safer spot in this next circle.
Yeah, not so much of a spot that can be taken, and AG Global squeezes themselves out in a corner of this compound. But PE Sports is very close on them, and it is Expand who's also putting a lot of pressure. AG Global feeling a little bit of wrath from PE Sports, and here comes the rush. And Steppy has been used as well so that they will not be naded. Du has fallen down. Barros will follow, and Stefa will try to put himself in this very small space just to make sure that they will not be eliminated first, after, or before Team Flash. But WAG has been taken out as well. And, well, in terms of placement, AG has got it.
What's up with Vietnam, bro? We just lost 3 Vietnamese squads back to back to back. From Flash to WAG to GOW. But we've got one more, no, actually 2 more hope here, PE and Heavy. And look at Heavy, 13 points at this point of time. But EVOS is just absolutely outscaling everybody else, continuously picking up those eliminations. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a problem here. Look at Team Heavy outside this next circle. They need to somehow get around in here, but could be gate kept by 2 teams at the same time. Adrian with the treatment sniper of all things, knocking Russian down to the ground.
Well, I was expecting that he will be treated, he will be healed at that point, but it doesn't work that way. But PE Sports will try to defend themselves against Team Expand, who's trying to block those windows out. So as the blue closes in, Team Heavy will be able to go and put some pressure against PE Sports right now, leaving Vamos, or rather Expand, a little bit safe. But on the other side, Onyx Olympus has been taken down. Now Nero with that M79 takedown against Heavy, and 8 eliminations in, make that 9, and finishing Heavy in this game.
Yeah, PE and Heavy just ruining each other's chances at this booyah. And PE suffering the loss of 1 player in that scuffle up against Heavy. Thankfully, they did manage to pick up those 4 points for themselves. And now Monster Truck meta by the team of PE Sports is not going to be able to pick up speed in such a tight little corner. But maybe a couple of blue balls, or maybe knock out one of a prime player from your opponent's side. But it looks like we've got 1 flag each. We've got Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand in this final circle, Nep.
Yeah, it seems like Expand has a huge percentage at this point. Well, we have 1 knockdown at that game, and Evo's Divine just running through, trying to make sure that they have an opening and a shift up this circle. But with only 2 players, it will be tough. Riptide Rhythm just passed on across Cold Chill's shoulder, and he just runs away, trying to steal those eliminations, and Evo's Divine taken out. Next to follow might be Core Memory with only 1 player, but PE Sports is also stuck onto the one side, but they managed to squeeze in onto the middle of the next.
Airballs! The superstar on the side of Expand this time round in the final circle will be able to get the damage in, and now 2 more players on the side of PE Sports. Looks like we're going to get a bunch of uncles instead of Yunsul this time round, but now miracles still could happen here in a 2v4. LBT and Nero, they've got the right guns, the Groza as well as the M1014, but Waltz has got the M590. Nero, Trogon, turns the corner, and Waltz will be able to have the advantage against him. But very smart play with the glue wall. Adrian finds Nero, tagged up already. Another glue wall by Nero to stay alive. And this is a ring around the rosy here, which PE Sports is playing very well up against Expand. But Expand is making sure they've got the numbers advantage. And Waltz won't be able to catch Nero yet again. LBT with the drop. But they're going to trade him out very quickly with this numbers advantage. LBT! Insane play, but Expand says no. as they claim the booyah for Malaysia.
And we will be brought into the Uncles Malaysia and Expand as well, popping off for their first day in Phase 2. And well, Joey took a while. It was a little bit nerve-wracking, but it seems like with the numbers, they did manage to go and take them out. And survivability, though, they did survive all the onslaught that's happening with all the engagement happening surrounding them. I guess they just back away and make sure that they have a good opening before running into the final circle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it was a great play overall from BE, but obviously outnumbered by the Expand players. And it was not a lucky booyah for Expand. They played very, very well. Waltz was the MVP in that final circle, getting the engagements from that long range, then dropping his gun, picking up the M590 instead from one of those loot boxes, and just absolutely ravaging his opponents, right? The maneuvering, the movements from Waltz was very, very impressive. I don't think I've seen him play all that too much on the side of Expand, but I want to see more from this kid.
Yeah, definitely a lot more from the team, from this kid who is Waltz, who waltz around all throughout the battlefield. But as we look in later into the game standing, we'll see if it still be Expand on the #1 spot. Because from the way I'm looking at it, Evo's Divine, before they were eliminated, had 26 points already. And it is not easy to take down, especially if they can dominate it just like that.
Yeah, when I was looking at 26 points there, I was wondering, is this 26 points with the previous game, or is this 26 points just for this game? And I think it was 26 points just for this game. So that was just a ridiculous run for EVOS this time around. And you're right, bro. That is obviously going to replace Expand in the #1 spot. If that is the case, Expand did not have a very strong booyah, but in the grand scheme of things, it was a very decent booyah, right? It was one that is enough. If they can consistently bring this in for at least 4 games, we could just see Expand being the team to qualify. But just like, you know, some of the teams from Vietnam, we've seen the inconsistencies. For example, Team Flash, they did very well in the previous game, pulling around 20-ish points. In this game, you know, too early of an exit. That is exactly what Expand needs to avoid at all costs in the following matches.
Yeah, I mean, they need to go a little bit passive, make sure that the rotation is quite well for them to survive a little bit longer, especially up until halfway of that shift of the circle. And then that's when they can take advantage of the Axel as well as Zuez on the long range to increase their number of elimination. So let's see if that will happen. We know the curse of the Booyah is still alive, and there's a lot of victims that happen to be losing at it from the other day's matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know how many eliminations EVOS had in total though, but because I didn't manage to catch that. But the placements points wise, they didn't manage to pull away a lot. So Expand actually still has a decent enough chance of sitting on that #1 spot. But we will obviously catch up on the leaderboard a little bit later on. Let's head on to the interview as we bring the uncles from Malaysia to the screen.
Expand! Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Saya ni excited ni sebenarnya, tapi lagi macam pintu je. Excited tak?
Excited. Tengah sikit-sikit.
Sikit. Okay, so anyway, my first question to you, Luki. On game #1, seems that you having a tough time for you to make a comeback, on which I think you want to get 8 points. And then you try to manage to hold on, but you've been passing through by so many teams. So what make change for game #2? Game pertama boleh dikatakan anda agak struggle tau. Lepas tu mereka cuba bertahan, lepas tu dikacaukan pasukan ni, lepas tu mereka terus tewas di mid game. Tapi game yang kedua, booyah tu.
Game pertama tu pemanasan. Pemanasan. Lepas tu ada mistake-mistake macam biasa lah game pertama kan. Macam tak panas lagi, sejuk.
So cold, eh?
So cold.
Freezing. So basically, on game #1, they are trying to get the momentum in, and then they make small mistake, which they rectified the mistake on game #2. But again, it's a bit triggering because it's the first game for them. They've been having relaxed for a few days, so now they are come back. Then they rectified all their mistake. Finally, they get a booyah for you for game #2. Soalan yang kedua, second question. What is your strategy and also for you to move forward, for you to get consistent all the way for tonight? Apakah strategi anda bila anda berkata satu gameplay consistent terus?
Ngendok main ikut apa yang dah plan, apa yang dah fikir tu, cuba sehabis baik.
Kalau boleh nak consistent terus lah.
Consistent terus lah.
Okay, so basically I have him a very tricky question. Listen, in the way try to get a strategy lah. So basically what that he's saying that for them to achieve the consistency to go all the way to 6 map, I mean to go to another all the way round, they try to make as strategy as possible, not camper, but they want to go as much in terms of tactical and how to rotate. But again, no worries, they definitely go consistent all the way for you tonight. Soalan yang terakhir, adakah kerana botol anda main chemistry tu dapat buyah?
Rasa betul lah main kutip botol sama-sama cari botol. Rasa betul lah tu sebab tu lah buyah.
So anyway, so because we did have podcast before, we did interview Lugi and Afiq. So eventually, how they get the chemistry to between their teammate, they use mineral water. They line up into 3 or 4. They throw the bottle. So basically, that create the chemistry between all their teammates. So basically, before we end, congratulations. What a superb gameplay. Keep it up. Teruskan buyah untuk game seterusnya ya. Kalau buyah saya lompat terus terjun.
Boleh.
Alright, so anyway, we throw back to our caster. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Uncle Shark and Loki. Well, definitely, I loved the questions out there as well as the answer. The strategy, what we ask really, how can they be consistent? And it seems like similar to what we advise. It's more of staying in a little bit safe, but not camping. It's more of tactical to be able to get good position and reach the final circle, which a lot of teams has been doing and has been successful. So hopefully they can follow it through after this booyah. But as we look at the highlights right now, there's a recap of what happened and a lot of downfall we are seeing right now, especially from what we did mention, Team Vietnam just going down one at a time.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, it was a great match from Expand overall. Afiq, the MVP, M590, his gun of choice, 4 eliminations, 2,395 on the damage, 4 knockdowns in total, and he brings in the tanky psychic as well, right? He's got the Koda, he's got the Nairi, he's got the Kairos, he's got the J-Beams. He can recover, he can go out there, and he can take a decent enough battle as he's rushing into these battles. And obviously, Koda with the extra bit of vision out there on the battlefield, he knows exactly where to find his opponents. And the Beastin, with the help to toss those grenades a little bit extra distance, I didn't see many of those grenades, but I'm pretty sure he tried.
Yeah, he tried so much. But at this point, for Loki as the sniper of the team, pretty much a standard build, and good enough that we're seeing Oscar into the mix as well. So a potential rusher at this point for the name of Vals as well as Adrian. So let's see if that is one thing that, or Drian rather, one thing that they can do to their advantage. Because in terms of elimination, it's quite decent though, balancing it with the booyah points that they have, and it will bring them 24 points.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I see some comments saying that Vietnam has got 5 teams in the top 12, in the 12 squads here, and they still haven't hit a booyah. They do understand that the 5 Vietnam teams are not planning together to move into the final circle. They have to fight each other. But even though Vietnam does not get the booyah, Vietnam still does get the highlight reel here. Nero for the eliminations, Lao Ho with the total damage overall. But of course, Afiq shows up once again with the total number of assists. Overall, it was a great game by Expand.
Yeah.
And like we said at the start of the day, right? It's anybody's match, game after game.
Exactly. I mean, anyone can take a booyah, especially if they're smart enough, and they did a study, and especially for Expand, they have plenty of time to study their opponents, whoever is left in today's matches, and they did get the #1 spot, followed very close by PE Sports. Evos, Divinos, I guess we were, there's a little bit of mixed up in terms of points. They only have 11 elimination and the total of 18 in this game, but core memory consistent to where they are. They are doing quite well in terms of stacking up those points, but I don't think it's enough to make sure that by the end of the day they are #1.
Yeah, so I definitely, there you go. Now you understand my confusion, Nep. I don't understand where the 26 points came from, but I guess it doesn't matter, right? EVOS is still at the #1 spot. No booyah, no problem for EVOS at this point of time. But you gotta watch out though, because that's what AG was saying yesterday. before they kind of got outpaced by just 1 point. So they need to be a little careful if they want to look for the qualifier. But again, with my wild theories out here, I don't think EVOS is looking to qualify. I think EVOS is just looking to flex on some of the other teams here.
Yeah.
WAG is definitely looking for the qualifier out of nowhere. And we did talk about this after the first game, where any teams can make a fight for this because it has just been one match. And now Expand is in the top 3. This is very exciting for Malaysia.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if their plan follows through, they might be able to sneak in onto that number 1 spot. But EVOS Divine, I do agree they might not be getting in for that number 1 spot. It's more of the challenge for the snipers that they're aiming to win. So let's see if that is the case. By the end, they still have 4 matches to go. We just ended 2, and you know how it is. We're going to go for a quick break. When we return, we have 2 more masks for another break. That would be Purgatory and Kalahari. So for those of you who are out there, survivors of all ages, don't go away. We'll be right back.
Hello, Grisa. Still so impulsive. Don't rush, little guy. We have more important things to take care of. Oh, come on. What a hassle. Stop trying to look cool and help out already! How many of those do you have? Okay. Time to save the day again! What's happening?
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Season, powered by Red Bull, the official energy drink partner for both the spring and fall season for FFWS Sea 2025. Very happy to have them on board. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with my brother, Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Your casters for the day. 2 matches have elapsed, 4 more to go. And it's anybody's game very, very clearly. Expand now in the top 3 as well. But as always, the question remains the same in a league, on a grand finals, which is the team that can bring out the consistency? Because we saw that being key for Bigatron yesterday. No booyahs at all until the final match, Nep. And then, of course, they walked away with the qualifier. That's what we need to see out of the teams here today.
Exactly, and it seems like Evo's Divine is on the same trajectory at this point. No Booyahs, but
Yep.
they have been performing in terms of elimination, and it is because of not only by Razia, but most of it coming from Razia, and the rest of the team are just popping off. The energy from this Wonder Kid is doing wonders for the entire Evo's Divine, and we'll see if that continues, or with the wish or the ask of the fans out there, especially on YouTube, will be given. Will it be Vietnam who will be taking this next Booyah?
Yeah, many parents will tell their kids, don't play video games, right? And I think that's such a big loss because clearly this kid may have not been encouraged to play video games, but he was clearly allowed to play video games. And he has found such a miraculous level of mastery in a game of Free Fire. He's one of the youngest, if not the youngest player out there, and he's just capping all of his big brothers with the snipes. They don't have an answer for Razia just yet. In the sniper battle today, we will find out if or not any other sniper on the battlefield in the list of teams today can outdo this Wonder Kid, this 16-year-old Free Fire miracle.
Yeah, let's see if Miracle will continue on, because we're jumping in to Purgatory. And from this map, it's a lot of teams that has been taken and grabbing Booyahs overall. One example is AG Global, Vamos, GOW, and WAG, as well as Team Flash. But on the top three, it is AG as well as Team Vamos that has the most Booyah out of all, and the GOW follows with 1 Booyah. So let's see if they can remain consistent at this point, because 2 out of, or make that 3 of the teams in today's standings are at the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, AG Global being at the top, maybe this is a sign that we're going to see a little bit of a comeback from the team, because we haven't seen a lot of AG at this point of time. They're sitting in the 9th spot with 16 points, which means average of 8 points per game. Doesn't seem like the usual AG, but I can also say it's because Dew has not woken up like Razia has woken up very early in the day. This is not a very big consequence, because if once again, it's not as crazy as some of them think out there, right? Because it's a very different scenario here in Phase 2. Instead of playing for your life, you're playing for a break, you know? And not all teams are super motivated for that. Like teams like me, I usually work last minute. So if I'm going to hustle, it's going to be next week.
Well, probably. I mean, it looks like it, because some potentials has been denying us of getting good predictions overall. We base on the numbers, we base on performance, and now they're not showing up. So what's up with that? Evo's finding this specifically.
It's okay. I mean, because we got to take this with a bowl of salt. Like I said, many strategies out there. Next week, teams will start to get serious again. The grand finals, teams will get very, very serious. Our predictions will definitely fly very, very well in a stage like that. Now it's just anybody's game. Like, once again, like I said right now, and it's a genius Phase 2 that has been developed by Garena here, where you give the teams that do really, really well and conquer, and you just tell them, okay, guys, just qualify and just stay out of the fights, all right? Stop dominating these damn lobbies, so that the other teams can show us what they're made of, can have more time out there to do what they do best. Because it's also a journey of building up confidence, Neptune. When you've got Buriram stealing away all the points, when you've got RRQ getting all of those booyahs, and kind of like, you know, really motivated to crush these other teams, you don't get that good momentum of confidence build up into the grand finals, which obviously is very beneficial.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, let's see what else benefits them in this point, because we're ready to jump in, fly into Purgatory, and we'll have to find out though who grabs this booyah, because neither heaven or hell can help them at this point, especially the battle is on.
Yeah, absolutely. As we head on into Purgatory, let's see who gets tortured. Looks like the flight path is not going to torture anybody at all. A very decent pathing here. Each and every single compound is going to be exploited by these teams, whether they take their initial landing into it or rotate over all. But what's beautiful to see is the number of coin machines now available in the game. This has really changed the pacing of Free Fire overall, Nep.
It does, and we've seen a reduce of the usage of Suzy in the game because back then, from the previous season, there's a lot that has been using that. Coins are very valuable at this point, and they are just stacking up because of that Suzy. But right now, Heavy has a bet one of their losses, and Please One is trying to fire back with that AK-47 against two players, June and Suez. We're not quite sure if this is smart though, because the moment he gets in the open, he will be shot at, and we're seeing that right now. The takedown and the follow-up from a distance. Please One.
Well, this is just phenomenal, but now it seems like the recovery has been possible here for Vamos, and they shoot right back. PLS1 trying to get away and get nice, dropping right beside Suez. This is not a great idea. I think Heavy miscalculated this fight, and Kabi joining the fight as well. But there is a potential that they might just be outnumbered here. Unless, of course, we see PLS1 join this battle quick enough. Jun gonna get caught out, has got the AUG in hand, turns around, 180, and he doesn't get the shot. Kabi unable to find the connections as well. And this is just an interesting engagement between the two. They're shooting like me.
So you're June, I'm Suez at this point. So let's see. Let's see. Oh, almost being taken. Both of them has AUG in their hands and a good tower as well to hold off and use as cover. But they are holding on well. But the only question is, where are the rest of Team Vamos? A takedown against Mufasa, but quickly has been picked up. And onto the other side, we go into a more interesting fight. It is Core Memory going against Visakis Sriwijaya and GOW into the mix.
We really need to practice those headshots, Nep. These players make it look so damn easy, man. Scardu's going to rush on in there with a Mag 7, get another point for the side of Visakis Sriwijaya as they continue to hunt down GOW. And so coincidentally, CRM is in the compound as well. And this is just not turning out well for either one of these teams from Vietnam or Thailand as they bump into a very aggressive Indonesian team in Visakis Sriwijaya early on.
That's one thing that I've noticed for Visakis Sriwijaya. Even in phase 1 of knockout stage, yes, they were slowed down in the beginning, but they were very aggressive towards the end. But now they have 4 eliminations already and still more to come. The hit will be onto Demon right now. Let's see if they'll be able to spot him and find where he is. But Mount Villa will be occupied and the chase is on. The vehicle has been used to go in against a final player of GOW. But there's no final player anymore for Vamos because they have been revived instantaneously.
Neptune, remind me again, what's LBS stand for?
Live broadcast segment, I think. S is segment. The segment.
Okay. They should have just gone with the live broadcast challenge, right? It's literally a challenge, and who is the best sniper is the challenge of the day. Rasia showed up really strong in that first game, and then does he think that he doesn't need to hustle for it anymore? Because we still are looking for who is the best sniper out here. Because AG Global hasn't woken up due just yet. And Expand hasn't shown us a lot of their sniping capabilities. Not many of the snipers here have really popped off today.
Yeah, I mean, not really, well, other than Rasia. And though we have that challenge, we cannot put in the title just yet after this day because we have a few teams that's not playing. So we
oh yeah.
Just this is the best sniper for today.
Out of the 12 teams today.
Out of the 12 teams today. That's it. Just a disclaimer, guys, because you might hear us the best sniper from Southeast Asia out of the 12 teams today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not gonna give up on Moshi that easy, right?
Yes, sir.
Of course,
I was thinking about that. that. Like, if we put in the title, the best sniper, then we'll leave out a few more from those who are already qualified. But let's see if Dew can bring that title to himself, especially with the AC-80. But you need consecutive hits to ensure a knockdown using this weapon.
Let's see if he can make a little bit of a difference here in the fight up against Adrian. Oh, missing the first shot. AC-80. Rate of fire is not great on this gun. I don't use it because I just get shot down all the time. But in the hands of Dew, This is a game changer. And we were just talking about the snipers, so let's see what Dew and Cypher will be able to do. We see Barros with a marksman as well. I don't think he's going to be included in this challenge, but it looks like this is about to become a party as the fight between AG and Onyx here continues. Vamos just in the horizon, making their approach to the spot as well. And obviously, such open grounds, other teams, other snipers will be looking to interfere.
Yeah, I mean, what worries me at this point between the two teams are they're wasting a lot of resources, trying to treat it as if it's a final circle. The rotation, the ring around Rosie, but Barros has gone down with XM8, and Chinoy managed to take down Adrian, but it's still a knockout challenge against these two teams. Cypher now being tagged by Adam, and Wings right now with Riptide Rhythm, but Adam goes down. Now Barros and View still alive and due for the pickup. Wings will try to do so, but up close with the Bison, this might be it. Onyx Olympus taken down.
A beautiful play coming on through here. And Onyx just kind of a little bit of a misstep, but thankfully the whole team is not eliminated just yet, and it's still fairly early in the game for a recovery play from the Indonesian squad, so we'll have to catch up with that. And thankfully no third-party interference here on that AG fight, so they get to just claim those points of Onyx. Vasaka Srivijaya on the other hand dealing with Get Nice, the Mag 7 hitting like a truck, and the combo wombo will get Nice and squad 2 easy points.
Yeah, Obey right now being tagged and being chased by PLS1 as Joel tries to do the same, and the rest of the teams will get back into the vehicle. And for Visaka Srivijaya using the launch pad, but I don't think Joel has access to it just yet. And the moment he gets there, he might be shut down from above. So he just managed to go and get into the corner, try to fight against the MP90, that MP590 that we have right now. And let's see if he can fight back, because the numbers disadvantage is on him. And there goes Heavy with their fit.
The MP5 and the M590 has got your tongue in a twist. If we had an MP590, bro, I will run, okay? There is no way I am fighting against an SMG that hits hard like the M590. give me a break. But yeah, both those guns hit like a truck, man. Especially the level 3 MP5 in Clash Squad. That's my favorite gun to spam at this point of time. But it's just so torturous. Right after I get the level 3 upgrade, I usually die.
So you're just giving it away. You're so generous.
Just give it away. The fight between WAG and EVOS on the other hand seems to be a little bit of a sticky situation. Allen tagged up already. They quickly back away using the terrain as a advantage. Blue wall melt is laid out by both teams up against each other. So Riptide Rhythm sent out as well, and X-Board does not take advantage with those shots. Ray too far to do anything with that charge, but the X-Board, this is just not the terrain for him, and Krillin will get the knock onto Ray. This is the big one, but Krillin takes himself out. Wrong number for WAG, and Krillin's misstep will put the team in harm's way. Cyrus single-handedly trying to hold on, but Coach Hill says no. And WAG, after performing decently well, after picking up their booyah, makes the exit in the 12th spot. And this is nothing new for Vietnam.
I mean, the curse of the booyah, the curse of losing after performing is still on. Now with Expand very, very close on them, which is tied after that previous match, then they have a chance to get the number 2 spot. But the shot from PLS1 managed to take down another from P Esports, but the recovery that we saw from Onyx Olympus makes them a full squad once again. But Vamos takes advantage of that, thus taking down another point going into the sniper of Team Vamos.
High ground, good advantage. Rasya, timing. Chino, the tag onto Chino is back. And Rasya will not find the headshot. And thanks to that, Chino survives. Look at, I mean, this kid's aim is just ridiculous, Nep.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it in the pixel. He knows where to anticipate him, and hopefully he saw Do as well. But VSK doesn't have that range compared to the AWM that he's using, as well as M82B. But with Rasya, he can easily get a hit with that AWM. And as you did mention, the aim is on fire. All you have to do is just wait for the perfect moment. A pixel is what is enough for Russia to get a headshot.
Yeah, Mitch, in the YouTube chat, I totally agree with you, buddy. I think Dio has been heavy carrying for a long, long time. I think Cypher's not too bad as well, with the support sometimes. But yeah, Dio definitely needs much, much more solid rushes on his squad. Or at least he needs his current rushes to step it up, because they are not doing their sniper justice at all. You can't just... You see, when we talk about AG, I always talk about Dio waking up.
Right.
And if Dio doesn't wake up, AG doesn't wake up. You can't have a squad like that. You're not going to be able to win championships, right? But AG Global is such a high potential squad. Dio is a high potential player. I hope to see something out of him. Probably he's going to get nicked off by one of the other teams if AG doesn't find a way to help somebody, back Dio up a little bit more in these fights.
Exactly. I mean, a good sniper is a great sniper, and if it can be helped by the rest of the teams, then they can also do more. But Suez, another sniper, AC-80, takes down Wings, but instantaneously has Infinity 5-4 on the other side. Expand against Evo's Divine. Ray has been taken down, and that M79 doesn't do that much as we look at Aim God trying to go and waltz around walls. But Cold Shield, the finisher, and the curse continues. Expand is out, but they did get a few points though. So Evo's Divine continue to reign.
Damn, bro. Both the winners of those booyahs out early in this third game. It's anybody's game. And we are going to be saying that all day long because it really is anybody's game. Vamos up against Heavy now. This is going to be a very big fight, but PE Sports will be looking to interfere as the third party because they need the circle as well. And the opportune moment will be to do that when Vamos and Heavy are very heavily distracted.
Yeah, they are dealing with each other, especially the takedown that D-Axel has put in. And, oh, the takedown against Unisues. Follow up a little bit too late. Raja right now. Mag 7 and the finisher. And the pickup will be done after recovery. They still have a few battles in their hands. But speaking of battle, Aim God once again going solo. And they're taking out AG Global this time around, winning it.
Bro, the top 3 teams on today's leaderboard are out. It's anybody's game out there. That's what we're talking about now. AG Global looking for the victory. Dew with the VSK has got that great vantage point to play with, but GOW with the insta recovery coming on through as well with those glue walls. Very well played. Glue wall melters laid out here by AG Global's Barros right down below, but I don't think they're going to try to engage with GOW just yet because AG can use this vantage point to hit hard up against Visaka Srivijaya on the opposite side of the battlefield.
Yeah, let's see if they can do that, but I think they want to deal with a few more that's very close. They don't want to backstab. The moment that they flank against AG Global, then it would spell trouble for them. But there you have it. GOW will be taken out. We're down to 6 teams already, and they can focus on Visaka Srivijaya at this point. For Team Vamos, they are very, very close against PE Sports after the engagement, and the Axel has gone down. June runs away with his life and trying to heal up, and that leaves the rest of the team out for the count. PE Sports, though, is a 3-man strong. What can he do? Even with an M590, it would be tough, but the Visaka Srivijaya has focused on him.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zom leading out on the ground. ABCD can't go in for the backup just yet as CRM comes in for the rush. But good glue walls will barricade them away for the time being. Zom on the pickup, and ABCD successfully pulls that off. Now a good potential here up against CRM. Jump gets caught out. MP40 though. Rate of fire does not get a shutdown. ABCD and the M590 on the 360 shots.
Yeah, core memory will become memory once again and focus on PE Sports across the board, and ABCD will need to run because Visaka Srivijaya can target them at this point. AG Global, though, exceeding all those throws, all towards Team Flash, even if their focus is just Visaka Srivijaya, but they have a good opening, though, and they can take advantage. Dew right now doing so. Joel will be going down, but a steal might happen, and it is happening, taken by Team Flash.
This is just so amazing to watch. We could either be dragged into Malaysia, Thailand, or Vietnam. But maybe Indonesia can still stay alive in here long enough. Visaka Sriwijaya try to say no to AG Global. The denial is there, Neptune.
Yeah, denial indeed. And there's no way that they can survive that blue as well as the onslaught for one player from Visaka Sriwijaya. So Indonesia is out at this point. We still have two from Vietnam, one player from Malaysia, and one from Thailand. It's tough though. It looks like we will be back to Yoon Sul to interview either Team Flash or PE Sports. But I'm just surprised on how PE Sports survived that.
Oh, yeah.
From earlier, they were targeted, no cover, and now they're back up.
I mean, you can see these boys, medkids, are on their side, but now the circle. Gonna play that pressure. Jun could very easily hop into that monster truck, but problem is it's facing upwards, uphill. The pickup on the monster truck itself is very painful to deal with. Uphill is just gonna be so torturous. But Jun making sure he takes that U-turn, and he manages to go downhill instead. And the momentum kind of helping him up a little bit. Jun being tagged up, but Flash also needs to focus on AG as the circle leaves Jun high and dry. And expand on Malaysia. Sorry, Vamos on Malaysia loses that opportunity.
Drew still alive with Sliver Health, managed to go for the takedown, but the backstab from
yeah.
ABCD will count him down. Now we have LBG trying to survive, but everyone is surrounding. And Team Flash win the Booyah for the day. Back to Vietnam we go.
Oh yeah, okay, all right. So we started the day off with Vietnam, visited Malaysia for a little bit, and back into Vietnam we go. This is just phenomenal for Team Flash, but you know, I hate to bring it up at this point right after they hit the Booyah, but we want to look for the consistency. Team Flash is a team that can hit the high numbers, but in this game, it wasn't even the high numbers. 9 eliminations in total alongside that Booyah, but we want to see more of this from them.
Yeah, exactly. Even from the previous map in Bermuda, they only got 2 total points. So that consistency is really missing from PE Sports. It's not as if there's a lot of risk if you go in and take it passive in the games. So you need to, they need to be tactical though. They need to be tactical. But speaking of tactical, Expand, we didn't see them that much, but earlier they have been taken down. So I guess they went into passive from that game. Thus, they were denied for another Booyah or another set of good points. But as we go back, it is the Zom, Wang L, and ABCD as well as F grabbing the Booyah for that game in Purgatory.
And we can all thank ABCD for the fantastic defensive play, making sure he went in, picking up the Zom, making sure Zom can play the numbers advantage. They won their gunfight as well, and then they continued surviving long enough to walk away with the Booyah. Not a massive game with eliminations, but it is enough to keep them in the race to qualify early to the grand finals.
That's one thing though. I mean, Team Flash is the team that often gets elimination from the early parts of the game.
Yeah.
Yes, they stack up on that, and then they just risk everything just to make sure that they get all those heads. But right now, they are playing tactical. They are giving away a few of those hits, but at least they get the placement point. If they get used to getting into the final circle, getting Booyahs overall, then they can just switch it up, combine it with their aggression, and then it will bring them with as much point as what we've seen before.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, we've seen this in the past already. I think Team Flash is... At one point, I was really in love with Team Flash. I was really hyping them up. But, you know, Team Flash has broken my heart many times in the past, all right? Team Flash has disappointed me many times in the past. And if they want me to fall in love with them again, we need to see them go crazy. We need to see, you know, one decent season where they don't drop the ball and they keep bringing it on game after game after game. They've got the quality, they've got the experience, they've got the right backing behind them, but they just haven't been able to show this to us back to back. I mean, and I don't blame them. Look at WAG, bro. Booyah and then out. It's just a curse, unfortunately, that Vietnam has had to deal with for a long time. Now we are on standby for the interview as well, I believe, with Yoon Sul shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we know you guys have been waiting for this as well, even though we already saw her once again today. We'll send you over to Yoon Sul and be back with you in a bit.
Hello everybody, welcome to our interview after the match and congratulations to Team Flash for finally having our first booyah in today's match. So, hello Deb from Team Flash. So let's jump into our questions immediately. How do you feel about since you're having your first booyah in today's match? And what is the thing that boosts you guys to have this booyah? Besides having the finals ticket, is it the motivation from something or someone? Xin chào Dad, thì lời đầu tiên là sẽ được chúc mừng Dad và Team Flash đã có được một booyah rất là thành công ở trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Thì không biết là sau khi được booyah này rồi thì bạn đang cảm thấy ra sao và điều gì hôm nay là sự bùng nổ khiến cho các bạn có được booyah đó ạ? Ngoài cái việc là lấy được tấm vé vào chung kết thì cái động lực đó đến từ ai hay là đến từ cái gì? Bạn có thể chia sẻ được không ạ?
Hiện tại thì em cảm thấy rất là vui mà bởi vì team em đoàn kết. Vì em muốn tiến xa hơn.
Tiến xa hơn. Cụ thể là
chung kết ạ.
Đúng vậy. So I feel very happy at this moment, very very happy. But we want to go further. We feel like we are having a very strong connection to each member in the team, and we want to go further. Further where? Of course, to the grand finals in Hanoi. So into our second questions. So that in this week is kind of intense that we are having 5 enemies team. So in our new format and the old format, which one is your favorite and why? Thì hiện tại là tuần thi đấu này của chúng ta có đến 5 đội tuyển Việt Nam, rất là căng thẳng đúng không ạ? Lần đầu tiên mình thi đấu mà có đông Việt Nam đến như thế. Thì giữa thể thức mới và thể thức cũ thì Dad sẽ hợp cái nào hơn và tại sao?
Em thấy thì thể thức nào tụi em cũng chơi được chứ, tại vì làm tuyển thủ mà mình phải theo meta thôi ạ.
Wow, trả lời rất là tự tin luôn. I think that every format is all fine with us because we are professional players and we have to keep up with the new format or any meta that is upgrading the game. So that is why we become professional players. My favorite answer of the day. So, Deb, can you answer me? How many percentage will you confident be enough to go into the finals today? Vậy thì mình sẽ được hỏi Dad nhờ một câu hỏi cuối cùng là Dad sẽ chuẩn bị cho mình bao nhiêu phần trăm tự tin để vào được chung kết ngày hôm nay vậy ạ?
95%.
95%, 5% còn lại đâu mất tiêu rồi.
Để cho các đội Việt Nam khác.
So, his answer is 95%. Why 95%? Where is the 5% left? He said that 5% left is leaving for other Vietnamese team. But overall 95% is a high number and I really hope that Team Flash and WG or any Vietnamese team else can make it to the finals. Cảm ơn rất là nhiều vì màn phỏng vấn này và tất nhiên là rất là vui khi được một lần nữa thấy được một đội tuyển Việt Nam có booyah và được lên màn phỏng vấn cùng với Yusu. Xin được chúc mọi người sẽ bay hơn ở trong những đấu tiếp theo nha. Thank you so much for watching our interview. And now let's head back to the caster and see the game stats.
Thank you very much, Yoon Sul, as well as Team Flash, 95%. That is a chance that they will be getting that number 1 spot, but there's still that 5%, or it could grow later on, because as we know it, for a lot of teams out here, you get the booyah, you bomb out. If that happens at this point for Team Flash, they might be taken out of the top spot regardless of how big they made it for the first 3 games.
Yeah, absolutely. But thankfully, it's just 3 games so far. And what's beautiful is game after game, it's not the same team dominating. So that means when we look at the leaderboard shortly, I expect to see very, very close points between the teams on, the play today. And, game after game, you're going to see major shifts happening in the leaderboard, right? And we are going to potentially be guessing exactly who's going to be making the qualification all the way down to the 6th game. And that's the best because, like I said, every day is like a grand finals day. And I absolutely love it. It's going to keep us guessing to the very end. And may the best one win. The pressure is on. Everybody's nervous out there. And all thanks to the RNG that Battle Royales bring, there's no way to guarantee that victory. But this man made sure that he could guarantee some life for the team of Flash. This is death. 3 eliminations, 2,669 on the damage, 3 knockdowns with the Koda J Beams, Nairi, Kairos on the active-passive combo. Beasted to lob those nades a little bit far away as well. And the AC-80, he was not the most deadly player, but he was an effective one.
Yeah, I mean, the visionary tank that we have right here is death, and we are going to see later on what will be brought in or what have been brought in by the rest of Team Flash. But we did mention that the elimination for this game for Team Flash is not that strong, and probably it's because they are mixing it up, they are switching it up a little bit so that they can survive even further. And the Zom is one reason why they're doing that, why there was a need to pick him up earlier when he was knocked down, because if he has that healing touch as well as the Diva, they can be stronger even if one of them has fallen down.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think Team Flash is going for the safe place here, looking at their active passive skill lineup. They're not looking to be the most aggressive team out there, but if they do get into a scuffle, they can deal with themselves. They can deal with their opponents fairly easily. The Skylar, especially in the hands of Wang M, they're trying to find the engagements from afar and at best not go in for those rushes up against squads, because Team Flash kind of acknowledges exactly where they stand in the competition. But I think Team Flash just needs to ease up a little bit and go all out, because there are no repercussions. And I know Team Flash is a very capable team. If they do go all out, we may just see them qualify early.
Exactly. And well, as a total, in terms of, if my math is mathing well, this is a total of 9 elimination at this point.
That was a little plus slow.
it's not mathing that well. My math is not mathing. But with that additional 12 points, 21 points, it's not too bad though, because at some point we've seen much less from the Booyah. It's a good thing that they are slowly building it up. And as he did mention, it might be very, very close all throughout the board later on. But a hat trick from the sniper of AG Global. 8 elimination, 9 knockdowns, and 4,669. So there's no holding off on how many this sniper has eliminated.
Bro, I mean, 8 eliminations in this game alone? Now we've got a fight on our hands. Dew has waken up. AG Global will be looking for those points, but that also means EVOS is going to go a little bit crazy, because Rasya wants to win the sniper battle for the Indonesian region. So this is going to be a really tight one. Let's take a look at the game standings here. 21 points in total for Team Flash with a Booyah and 9 eliminations. AG Global with a total of 13 and 8 placement points gets a total of 21 to equalize. But of course, the tiebreaker with the Booyah will keep Team Flash in that number 1 spot.
Visaka Sriwijaya a little too aggressive at this point with 10 elimination and 6 on the placement. And the same goes with Team Vamos. So that is a 16 overall. But down at the bottom, Expand WAG 0 points. The 2 teams that has grabbed a Booyah before that purgatory. So that means they will be out of that top team. And who's up in the board? It is still Evo's Divine. No Booyah, no problem. Very close to them is Team Flash. A good movement up, and as well as AG Global. But looking at the numbers, this is quite quicker. The total of difference between them from Visaka Sriwijaya up until Evo's Divine is less than 30 points. So that means that even if Visaka is on the last part, they can get that if they can hit the 32 or the 36ers that we've seen from the past days.
Yeah, I mean, exactly right. Just one good game and if you are Visaka Sriwijaya, you need a phenomenal game, right? Yeah. You can be in the number 1 spot in the very next match. And that's the beauty of today. That's the beauty of Phase 2. Every day is a grand finals. Every day, teams, it's all about how far you want to go, how much you want to give in these games, and how much do the gods of RNG love your brand. Because if you are granted the right weapons at the start of the day, you're going to be able to conquer your games. And one of the best weapons that you can put into your hands as of this point of time is the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. It comes with the next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine and improved ray tracing technology. This delivers outstanding performance, lifelike graphics, and a smooth gaming experience for all of you.
Definitely the powerful AI capabilities of this phone, as well as its top-tier performance, makes it the ultimate weapon, as AJ mentioned, for professional gamers. And that's what Death mentioned earlier. They are professionals. So this is what they use as their device in these battles. So hopefully you get yours too, because AJ's already thinking about that. He managed to used and experienced that already, but I think for the wife it might take some time because the same goes for me.
Maybe once I get paid for this job, I'll go get myself a phone. Maybe Samsung wants to sponsor the mustache. But okay, wait. All right, let's segue into the YouTube chat here a little bit. I'm curious exactly who is here from which nation. Obviously, we've got a lot of Vietnamese people in the YouTube chat today. Can I see some flags? Send me your flag. If you're from Vietnam, send me the Vietnam flag. If you are from Malaysia, if you are from Thailand, if you are from India, if you're from wherever in the world, send your flag
Brazil.
in the YouTube chat right now. Yeah, if you're from Brazil, if you are a Brazil scout, checking out what Southeast Asia can drop your flag, bro. Let us know who we should ban.
Definitely. We'll have to see. I mean, it just keeps popping up, and well, we are just letting it be for the moment. But right now, a lot of fans out there has been waiting what the next map is, who will be getting that next Booyah, and now we will be brought into Kalahari. Now this is, at this point in time, Evos, no Booyah, and still number one. They're living up to this name at this map. Now for WAG and Heavy, well, they need to do a little bit more work because especially if you're losing those battles after a very successful one, you will need to do a lot of thinking.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt at all. They'll definitely need to do a lot of thinking. But we are seeing those flags pour in here as well. We've got an international audience for sure. We've even got Italy in here. We have definitely got Thailand. We have got India. We have got Vietnam. We've got Malaysia. We've got everybody in the house, all enjoying a good game of Free Fire. The main reason why I wanted to see the flags is because all of a sudden chat started going wild, talking about which region is better than the other. Bro, we don't care, bro. All right, we don't care. You are here not just for your own nation. You are here for a good game of Free Fire, all right? We are all here together because we have one love. And that love is not for the flag alone. That love is for one brand, and that is Garena Free Fire. This game is phenomenal. You and I have been ranking too many times in a day. And I think Delena, so yesterday I surpassed Delena in ranks. And then I opened it right after broadcast and I'm like, hey, wait a minute. She beat my rank again. I went in just enough so I can be 2 ranks higher than her. And only then did I go to sleep, Neptune.
Try to make sure that they get to master before you do so. But we're going to jump in right now in Kalahari. And we are going to see the next match. This is game number 4, baby.
Oh, yeah.
And we're excited to see who will grab that Booyah, whether it's coming from Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, or Malaysia. They have to prove it to us that they deserve it.
Absolutely. And of course, they got to hustle as well. The sniper's got to pop off as well. We want to see all that magic out here today for sure. Who's going to be able to deliver it, as the flight path seems as fancy as ever, kind of skewed down towards the bottom a little bit. Obviously, Old Hampton is going to be a little bit of a tough chore to get to, but it's not an impossible fact as Team Flash heads straight towards Bayfront and All Shrines.
Yeah, as we can see, Onyx Olympus right now in passing through Bayfront, but leaving or being left by X-Pan. So that will be a battle that will be left later on. Bayfront a little bit too close and higher ground, and if their sniper will be able to get a very nice weapon, a very nice marksman or a sniper at this early part of the game, a lot of targets will be going down. But speaking of target, Famos right now I think has been targeted by PE Sports, or would it be the other way around? Because I'm only seeing 1 or 2 players from PE Sports within this area of the sub.
Let's see if Vamos will be able to pick up the right gear here to take down PE Sports. LBT has got the right gun in terms of the AUG, but Raja with the P90 flying headshot to LBT. I don't think LBT saw that one coming.
I mean, he does have a glue wall that's stuck in front of him, so it's pretty much he's blindfolded at that point. So the sub will be taken by Team Vamos and getting a few of their first elimination. Onyx Olympus, now they're free to roam, they're free to get all those weaponries at this point, all those resources, and the question is who will be their next target? Because as mentioned earlier, expanded pass through them, but not quite sure for how far, and we're not seeing them on the horizon. So they might be that out of reach, but not from Team Flash. The Zom being hit, and it's in front. And Adrian will try to fire back. It's Waltz, though. AC-80 that brings down the Zom.
Yeah, misplay by Zom there. And Team Flash better not get eliminated early here. Oh, great Riptide Rhythm. Wang M, VSK in hand. First one onto Waltz. Does not manage to get the knockdown just yet. Quick reposition coming on through, but ABCD is gonna find Expand flying straight at him. And it looks like 3 players will barricade themselves down below the shrines. And this does not put Team Flash at a disadvantageous position. In fact, they still do have the advantage as Afik tries. I do not understand this rotation by Expand.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they get too close behind Team Flash, and then they try to run away. So it seems like they changed their mind in the final moment. But there goes Drian and 590. But they still have to deal with 3 more players. And he's healing up right now. Backstab potential. And there goes the takedown. It seems like Expand is not out of the woods just yet. A recovery has been done. The same goes with the other teams in the early engagement. So they stay alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Expand was choosing to use that launchpad to take the fight to Team Flash, they should have taken the fight to Team Flash. Instead, they just put themselves at a disadvantageous defensive spot, and they just got capped on, man. 3-4 points for the side of Team Flash. But up against EVOS now, Team Heavy facing heavy losses. Mufasa sprayed down to the ground. Get nice. Good glue wall to barricade himself away. Mufasa back up on his feet, but it's a 3v2. Kabi nowhere close to having their back here at all. Aim God missing 3 shots in a row. Mufasa taking advantage. And now it's a fair fight between Heavy and EVOS.
And right now for the flank taking Get Nice, and Mufasa with that small window, there's an opening that he could have taken that shot but didn't do so. Now it's a 1v2 situation, still connected with that basic therapy, and here comes Rasia for the push with the glue wall, has stopped them in their heels. 180, and there goes the takedown. Heavy out of this fight. Evo's Divine with 5 elimination, though Aim God can still be revived. They are doing quite well to defend their number 1 spot.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Rasia proving that he can get it done in the CQCs as well as he can do it from those long-range snipes. Raja being sprayed down by Alan, and yet another Vietnamese team going after Malaysians with the high ground advantage. Earlier we saw a little bit from Team Flash up against Expand. Now WAG up against Vamos, and what a jump-in headshot from Alan on that M590.
Yeah, that might not be a full 180, but that 90 flick is so quick that even that player from Vamos didn't see it coming. Clearing right now for the chase against Suez, as well as D Axel and SKS. Good weapon, a good fire, a right of fire at this point in the distance to deal with them as well. Glue wall melter, but the launch pad might save them right now. Suez a little bit of damage, and they will survive. Exporto will be coming back from that revive. 2 points, not making it 4 as Vamos managed to get away.
Yep, and it seems like it's all clear. But now PE Esports up against Vamos. June with a heavy pressure. Narrow. What a shot. My goodness, I don't even know how he connected with that one. But now the rest of the players on the side of Vamos trying their best to get away. Don't cry. We'll be able to connect a couple of shots here with the marksman, but thankfully, Vamos not really in a sticky situation as they quickly disengage and look for a path of recovery as Raja hits the revival onto his team member as well. Beautifully recovered here from Team Vamos. But PE Esports off to a fantastic start with 7 eliminations courtesy of Laho, Don't Cry, and Nero.
Yeah, that's one thing now. I mean, they have been pushed down to the 4th place, and they want to catch up. And in between them and Vamos is not too far. It is just 13 points, and they're already halfway. But we've seen Evo's Divine really doing so much as well. So that will be a long chase towards the end. And you might see another disappointing finish at this point. Probably just 1 point, probably a tie, probably a booyah will change that game. So it's very, very close between everyone, especially as we are only on map number 4.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's gonna be a little bit of a party here soon enough, but thankfully there is. Oh, Sonic does not want to stay and say hello to Team Flash, who were very flashy earlier on. I thought we were going to find another Clash Squad engagement.
Let's see though. Let's see later on. There's still a lot of areas in Kalahari that Clash Squad has been played, and this is one more Santa Catarina. I'm getting that right now. But Evo Divine doesn't want to choose to fight here. 3 additional points coming from Russia at this point. They spot or try to spot whoever is in confinement with their binoculars, and they can't get away. But for Expand, they are moving in a little bit too close against Core Memory. And Valtz will be waltzing in for the flank, but I think he turned his back in not a good timing. And Loki has been taken down. Not sure where that's coming from, but Expand will be at a loss. Adrian will try to run away. Cougar, as well as another one for Core Memory, will try to go for the chase, but he diverted his position and he managed to move out. 2 points already for Team Expand, and Luki fell down as the blue will be closing in.
It's a game where Expand has been put on the back foot quite a number of times already, and it looks like it's going to continue as CRM. Now that Coda has been popped as their positions are given away, CRM flanking around. And this should be a disadvantageous thing for the team of Expand here, but Waltz with the level 3 M1014 should be able to really hold the ground for himself here.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of my favorites, especially in Clash Squad. But Afik is the one who goes down for a Drogon. Pickup is being done, but there goes a hit from Dawn from behind. Only 2 remains for Team Expand, and Drian with the Bison will be rushed in by 2. Instantaneous takedown by Dian, and Luki, the survivor that has been revived, will need to do it for the rest of the team.
Let's see if or not Visaka Sriwijaya can get a catch on their Indonesian brothers. Onyx Olympus at this point, they've got that low ground disadvantage. And if they jump up, Vamos is going to start shooting at them. So Visaka Sriwijaya really needs to think of their positional play here. But they cannot continue to stay at the very edge of this ledge, because Flash will be heading on in as well. And that's not going to be good for business here if the squad is looking for points.
Let's see though if that will happen for Visaka Sriwijaya, and that ledge as well as the elevation that has been taken makes it difficult for Visaka Sriwijaya to be that aggressive. So I think they will be moving away, saving up, already have saved up on a launch pad that they can use. But Team Flash is already waiting at Bayfront, waiting for who's coming in, whether it's Evo's, but Expand eliminated with only 2 points. Another early out for the team from Malaysia.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for the Malaysian side. Expand just 2 points in their pocket. So now a total of 35. And because of how close the teams are to each other, obviously just the 2 points will make a difference, but the rest of the teams are still alive here, and that is the predicament here for Expand. Just a little bit can bump the rest of the teams over Expand, and before you know it, the Malaysian squad can be down in the dumps again in the leaderboard. So we'll have to wait and see what happens in the final 2 games here for Expand. Now the grenades for WAG to eat, and Vietnam is going to scramble instantaneously, leaving Krillin all alone on the right-hand side. Blue wall melter, thankfully, not a frag grenade, and Krillin responds with a frag of his own that finds nobody.
Sure. Yeah, that's an air ball for Krillin at that point. No hits, no net. And WAG now is stuck because the Blues closing in, and we saw a flank being done by AG Global. So it's a little bit risky, but there goes a shot from 2 from afar, and their sniper is doing it right now. WAG, though, has managed to push in through, but they are falling like flies. Only Alan remains The
Oi.
Saipa needs to be picked up.
Oi.
With guns with doing work on AG Global from afar. And the pickup, though, will be successful. And it is Alan who will be in trouble.
Oh, damn, bro. If Alan had the quota on him, this would have been so different. He would have been able to see two players literally crawling around on the ground after being knocked and the revival, the pickup coming on through. He could have taken advantage with the shotgun, but now he's going to get tagged up with a sliver of health, 12 HP left on him. But of course, Dew is going to deny him that survival. Riptide Rhythm and the follow-up with the M82B to end the run for WAG in this fourth game.
Yeah, WAG out. AG Global is with only 12 points to chase against Evo's Divine before this day. For Team Vamos, they are in a similar situation that Visaka Sriwijaya was and now is gatekeeping them. But the trouble is they don't have that much cover here as well, and they have PE Esports on the side. So they have used that trigger discipline, or lost that trigger discipline, and it's now stuck into this area, everything being thrown together with a kitchen sink just to make sure that they don't flank against PE Sports.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vamos has got a opportunity here to take the fight straight at them, but they choose the circle instead. Brilliant play from the Malaysian squad. And this is going to keep them alive a little bit longer, but Wings finding Raja from afar. Axel knocked down to the ground as well. This is a little bit of a predicament that's unexpected for Team Vamos here. And PE Sports now joining them in the circle as well. So Vamos can't really step out. Suez needs to save Raja somehow.
Let's see if they can save Raja, because the Blues closing in or probably taking them out, and Raja will be out. And that is snipe coming from Lao Ho. AG Global, though, in the same position as they were, or Vamos as well as Visaka are, but they have a more advantageous position to take with. And do manage to take down Obey already. Hook gun to move up to finish them off. And Do is making work for elimination already. It's now healing up, and the rest is up there on the top of this hill. So they just need to flank, move away, but who's on their side? It's Evo's Divine.
Absolutely, and Evo's still alive in here means that, oh yeah, as we talk about them, AG Global just wants to show us that we've got our eyes on you, baby. We know you're there. But unfortunately, that does not result in a knock. And that also means that Rasya can pick up more points for himself in this battle up against Dew, as they both look for the best sniper of the day title.
Yeah, Evo's Divine not only has to deal with AG Global, but also the flank coming from GOW. But AG Global is now on the rooftop of this building above PE Sports. So why not go above if you cannot get in? That is a mindset of AG right now. And it made sure that they will not be targeted. But Barros is a little bit too quick getting information from Do that there's someone challenging them. And this is tough, though. The moment they engage with Evo's Divine or vice versa, another team will be coming in. That might be a loss for AG Global.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was getting the knock from afar, but that does not convert into an elimination onto GOW just yet. Dew finding Suez. That's going to be a sneaky kill coming through from Dew. And that is point number 5 for him to look for the sniper of the day title. Onyx now going to be pressured by the circle as they quickly reposition, looking for the backs of PE. Visaka Sriwijaya chasing down PE. What a glue wall melter tossed out here by PE. Wrong team they aim for, though. Visaka Sriwijaya still do have an opportunity against them and shoot with the reposition with the hook gun over the players. But Wui won't find him, and GOW ends Vamos from across.
Almost, but AG Global being taken down as well. As quickly as that, a lot of engagement happening, and the shift is about to happen. It's Evo's Divine that has advantage. They do have a lot of points already at this point, and Visaka Sriwijaya will be taken out. Final 4 team remaining. Onyx Olympus, 3 elimination to their side as they wait for their opportunity. But Evo's Divine, no waiting overall. They want to clean house. They want to take out the Hedgehog as a Tigers is on fire.
Yeah, Conchita versus Yunsol, baby. Which host do we get from this victory? Reposition here from the side of GOW. Demon, treatment sniper push. And this was a deadly split coming through from the side of GOW. Not deadly for the opposite team, but for themselves. as the sniper was left all alone, and EVOS instantly taking advantage of that. 16 points already through eliminations. EVOS has been conquering this lobby, and they're looking for a total of 19 before they wrap things up to the Booyah. And it looks like we will not have to wait and enjoy the EVOS domination on week 6. It looks like we get that domination right here, right now, as Indonesia secures that Booyah.
Finally a Booyah for the team after 4 matches, but they maintain their number 1 spot. So we saw the excitement coming from Russia as well, and it seems like we get to hear from the kid himself, the Wonder Kid himself, because he just showed up from the beginning of the day up until the end. The team might not be getting consistent in terms of number of points, but they are consistently taking that number 1 spot, giving away the scramble to the rest of the teams for today.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think this was a amazing game for the squad. And Russia didn't really go in for those sniper eliminations towards the end. It was mostly the M590, so I'm not too sure about the sniper battle here that could be won, but maybe just stolen away by View at the end of the day. AG Global's View has been fiery for sure, and a majority of those were all just long shots out of View.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. I mean, Do really can do it at that point from long-range engagement, but we'll have to see, though, how the follow-through is. We pointed it out already. He always takes the distance. He pulls away from the rest of the team, though he does have one backup. Some point use a sniper as well, a marksman, but the follow-through doesn't come in that quickly compared to what we've seen other teams do. The moment one knock is happening, they already rush in. That leaves Do behind, and at some point, if he goes down, it leaves the rest of the team out in the open as well. So it's a risky play of what AG Global is doing right now, but hopefully they can fix that towards the end of this day.
Yeah, and GOW had a really strong chance of bringing the camera over Yunsol as well, but making the mistake of sending their sniper towards the right-hand side flank, knowing well and true that there was a squad there, and EVOS did not miss that opportunity at all. They're like, 1 player? Okay, we will counter it with 2 players. Both of them go in there for the rush. M590. And this is what, is the threatening factor of EVOS. Yes, they have got Russia, who's a super sniper, but they also have a 4-man M590 CQC warfare engaging super squad, all right? They were just cleaning house. And this is not even the best version of EVOS just yet. And I think everybody needs to fear that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was a day wherein they grabbed 4, if not 5 Booyah within a day, and that is tough, really, to go against with. But let's hear what EVOS Divine has to say, and also welcome back Conchita Caroline as our host and interviewer.
All right. Thank you, casters, survivors. 4th game of the day, and we finally got it. We got the Booyah! Congratulations, EVOS Divine. I'm here with Ray, and as per usual, we're gonna have a bit of a talk. Hai Ray, apa kabar nih? Hari ketiga, pekan kelima, baik?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Alhamdulillah baik. Oke, membutuhkan 4 game, baru akhirnya kita bisa mendapatkan Booyah yang pertama. Boleh dijelasin sedikit nggak? Kalau bisa menggambarkan hari ini performa kalian dan juga kompetisi yang berlangsung seperti apa? It took us 4 games to finally secure a Booyah. Can you explain to us what do you think of today's competition and your performance with the team so far?
Mungkin kita lebih ke memperbaiki kesalahan kita di kemarin aja.
Apa tuh kalau boleh tahu emangnya kesalahannya?
Banyak banget pokoknya dah, hancur.
So he said that the team is now focusing on just trying to make things better from last week and yesterday. And he said that they still have a couple of mistakes that they're still trying to work on. But we've been seeing that improvement, and the caster said so as well. EVOS Divine's improvement has been showing, and it proves with a Booyah that they just managed to secure today. Kalau ngebahas juga tentang persaingan nih. Ini kan sebenarnya udah pekan kelima dan banyak banget yang mengharapkan EVOS tuh sebenarnya bisa tembus bahkan dari pekan-pekan kemarin. Tanggapan kamu seperti apa? A lot of people has been expecting and have been wishing that EVOS can go through to the final earlier than this, earlier than week 5. Is there anything you'd like to say or comment to that?
Tanggapannya mungkin lebih ke senang sih, tapi ya kita mungkin kemarin-kemarin lebih banyak ngelakuin kesalahan jadi kita gagal terus.
Oke, jadi sebenarnya sih senang sama ekspektasi dan harapan orang-orang, tapi untuk sekarang memang lagi fokus ke berbenah dulu. Hopefully nanti hasilnya bisa bawa kalian untuk ke final gitu ya. Oke, so he said that he's really happy with people's expectations and wishes to see EVOS on the grand final in Vietnam. But as for now, Ray and EVOS Divine as a team is just trying to make things better, fix their mistakes, and focus on the tournament that is still going on. Oke, ini ada 2 game lagi tersisa, ya kan? Tadi caster juga sudah memuji bagaimana rotasi kalian dan juga improvement kalian tuh terlihat banget. Agresivitas juga aku lihat sepertinya sedikit berbeda. Apa turning point bagi EVOS Divine di pekan kelima ini?
Mungkin lebih benerin yang kemarin aja yang salah-salah, kita rotasinya. Jadi kita lakuin yang hari ini jadi lebih baik aja. Oke,
jadi memang ya fokusnya saat ini adalah perbaikin dulu dan hasilnya nanti akan menyusul gitu harapannya ya. Oke, jawabannya konsisten nih, perbaiki. Kayaknya pesan-pesannya adalah memperbaiki dari coach ya. Iya,
belajar terus aja.
Oke, so yeah, that was the interview with Ray. So for now, the team is just trying to minimize the small mistakes that they sometimes did, and the focus for now is just to do better, to make things better, and hopefully the result will show the viewers and the supporters that EVOS Divine is here to stay and to go to the grand final in Vietnam. Thank you so much, Ray. Good luck with the rest of the games because we still have 2 games left. And without further delay, let's just go back to the casters because I am dying to know what they're saying about this interview. Take it away, casters.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of insights that they have provided, especially from that from the interview as well as from the games that we've seen so far. And definitely, Conchita Caroline, we are also listening to the interview similar to you listening to us as we cast, because we did mention that they are the good role right now and they are making sure that they are in the top, AJ.
Sorry guys, I just went on a whole spiel there about Conchita and my mic wasn't even switched on. Looks like you weren't meant to hear that, Conchita. So, oops.
Well, anyways,
such is life. But I said really good things, Conchita, don't worry.
Don't worry, I heard it all. MVP for the match, EVOS Divine, Ray, 5 elimination, 3,797 on the damage, as well as 5 knockdowns rather. Cassie as a support, and Nairi Olivia, the healing touch, as well as Alvaro with that split blitz, AC80. The way I'm looking at Ray right now, it's a combination of everything put into one. Cassie, supporter, bomber, as well as a sniper with that weapon. What else can Ray not do?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, you've got the Cassie, Steffi, Skylar, Tatsuya combo here. Looks like a double date, Neptune. So it was a phenomenal performance from EVOS. You know, massive points picked up here. They have pretty much guaranteed the qualifier into the finals from today, just based on this game. And in order for them to drop the ball, they need to mess up big time. The next 2 games that we've got left in the day, they should not show up. They should get eliminated in the 12th spot. They need to mess up at that level to not be the qualifying team.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned earlier before this match, Visakha Sriwijaya only had 29 points to be able to tie up against Evo's Divine, but they grabbed the Booyah, making it much difficult, not only for Visakha Sriwijaya, but even for those following them. So later on, we're going to see that and how much they had a lead. But for the key player, definitely it's the wonder kid, Rasia, 8 knockdowns, as well as 4K on the damage, and Ray with that 10 assists, the bomber of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 8 knockdowns, 4,232 on the damage, and we are still not seeing the eliminations. But I guess it's not his highlight for the eliminations. But you know, I'm really curious. You know, sometimes when we have got these sniper battles, it would be nice to also see what's the elimination count like for the snipers. Match after match after match, you know, just so that we can continuously hype up who's doing well, who's not doing well. Because right now it just seems like we've got a challenge. Then, yeah, okay, we'll tell you at the end of the day who wins. Not as exciting.
Yeah, I mean, at least we can see who's tied up as well, if in case it happens. But right now, 31 solid points coming from Evo's Divine, and those following them only got 17, and it's coming from PE Sports as well as GOW. So, as mentioned, the lead of Evo's Divine will be so huge that it might be difficult, really, for the following team to catch up. So it's 80 points that they have. They activated the champion rush condition. So
in 4 games, bro, they can be the champion by the 5th match at Alpine. That's insane if, of course, this was the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we asked them to treat it as like the grand finals, and we are thinking that this is like the grand finals because of how close it is really earlier, and then one good match. Despite of not getting any Booyah, still in #1 spot, Evo's Divine is still at the top and taking it away out of reach from teams like Team Flash as well as PE Sports.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And obviously, Flash and PE, of all teams from Vietnam, it's Team Flash and PE Sports, the 2 Vietnamese teams that were not doing great all this while, suddenly are doing fantastically well, as opposed to the other Vietnam teams. Vietnam, you guys need to get your act together, okay? We need to see some consistency from the big teams, and we don't care which team it is out of Vietnam. We just want to see them hit hard day after day. But of course, we're going to take a quick short break here before we come back in for game 5 and 6. We get to see a little bit of Solara at the end of the day. We'll be back with you guys in a bit.
From this stage, we'll advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the Grand Final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective, reach 80 points and secure a Booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path, victory or nothing. New feature, live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Manage the gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. Evo's Divine. Get him. Oh.
Bro, might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second Booyah of the night.
Tớ Quy đánh giá Evo's như thế nào?
Esports cũng chỉ cần thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Dwes also being taken out, and now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Gina Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand, and they not good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show in this Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025. 2 more matches to go to chase against Evo Divine, who's currently on number 1 and has taken their booyah. And will there be anyone who will be challenging them for the team of the day? But definitely, this is something that powered everyone. It is our official energy drink partner for the FFWS Southeast Asia Spring 2025, as well as for fall. It is Red Bull.
Absolutely, and it has been powering us up throughout the whole broadcast. These casters are powered up by Red Bull as well. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustache down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, and we have been rocking the mic for quite a number of days here at FFWS Sea already, and it has been a fantastic journey. But what has been mind-boggling is how the competition is just out there for anyone to conquer, right? You know, teams that we don't expect to rise up to the occasion, they tend to do that. I mean, at the start of the day, we definitely did ask for the underdogs to step it up, and the underdogs most definitely did. Finally, we see some good sides of PE Esports as well as Team Flash, but they're still quite a distance away from the team that has been dominating on the eliminations today, the one and only Evo.
Exactly. I mean, it's 26 points against Team Flash to catch with Evo Divine, and it's very close between them and PE Sports. And these two teams, especially Team Flash, is at the bottom of the leaderboard from yesterday's game. So I guess they had a good word from their boss that they need to perform and catch up, similar to the stories that we heard from mostly the Vietnamese team, and also with the support and the energy that's coming in from chat right now. I guess they're the ones who's catching it all.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Vietnam is definitely pumped up. They have a huge fan base for sure that is spurring them on to go out there and find some dominance in these matches. But it was a great start for WAG, but then we just didn't see much of them later on. But thankfully, Team Flash with the Abuya has maintained a decent enough performance up top. Now, the mention of WAG is quite right here at this point, as in Alpine, this team does know how to find that final circle. 2 Booyahs for WAG, but they're still led by 2 other teams, AG Global and EVOS, and both of these teams are definitely looking for the qualifier today. So it's not going to be a walk in the park here at Alpine for the Vietnamese squads.
But after WAG, who follows them is also coming from Vietnam. It's Heavy, GOW, as well as Team Flash. So how close it is between each of the teams, as well as coming from the region, on who will be dominating it here. It's still unknown on who will be that number 1 for this game. Will they be able to dethrone Evo Divine right now? But I think Evo Divine had planned it out. They will not be making all those mistakes or trying to not make it, because that's what they mentioned from the interview. Minimize all the mistakes they've done before, and it is showing. I mean, that's how you evolve. That's how you grow as Evo Divine.
Absolutely, and we obviously know that EVOS is capable of dominating, and they most definitely have dominated, right? We have taken a look at the distance between the total number of points, but the total number of eliminations, they have got 21 more eliminations than the second best team when it comes to the engagements, and surprisingly, it has been Team Flash, right? And I think that is a big problem because Team Flash usually does not pop off that well. And in terms of consistency, we can expect it from EVOS. But if Team Flash, of course, beats all odds and brings in some consistent plays for the final 2 games and just pulls a super shocker by being the team from Vietnam to qualify, the first Vietnam team to qualify into the finals, bro, I'm gonna have my mind blown for sure.
What if Team Flash hot drops EVOS Divine just to ensure that they can catch up with the points that they need to take the #1 spot? What if B Esports hot drops EVOS Divine and then they are the ones on the running? There's a lot of what ifs. It's up to the team right now to make it for that play, but it's a little bit risky, but there's a huge chance that they can win it compared to when EVOS Divine has looted up already and has a potential of hitting them from afar.
Sakastri Vijaya just clowning around with high fives, mixing it up a little bit, trying to twist his hands in and out. You better make sure he doesn't sprain his arm or something, then he can't play.
Yeah, he might have a split, but I think the fingers will still work though. But that would be that would hurt the neck a little bit, especially if he's using some gyro, because that one hand will be, you know, stuck in one corner.
Oh yeah.
But EVOS Divine, I mean, prime up. We saw the energy coming from the Wonder Kid Rasia, and up until now, they do have that energy. They do have that plan, and from the interview coming from Ray, they want to make that work. It might not be that perfect, as they did mention, but they're aiming to do and get that perfection towards the end of the day. So I guess for the number of days that we are anticipated and predicted them to take that spot on the grand finals, this might be it, AJ.
Onyx praying to get a booyah. I don't know how much of divine intervention they can expect here in a good game of Free Fire. But, you know, with a little bit of blessing, I guess they can go a little bit further. Onyx Olympus at this point of time sitting down in the 7th spot with a total of 38 points. And their engagements have been truly insufferable today for their coach, I'm damn sure, because they have not been doing well at all in some of these fights. And GOW, on the other hand, have been doing slightly better than them, right? The team from Vietnam, 24 eliminations so far. And if they can keep that up, I'm sure they'll be in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, GOW has popped off when we were expecting the WAG, though, to be on that #1 spot when it comes to Vietnam. So that switcheroo, that motivation coming from, I don't know, from the boss, from the coach, from the analyst, whoever it is that's giving them a good word. I'm putting it in a nice way. A good word. It is working overall. So hopefully that good word can be paid off by the team and getting that booyah. So we're going to jump in to Alpine right now. It's a little bit cold though, but I think the heat of the battle is on.
Absolutely. And we head on into map number 5, Alpine. And see if or not EVOS will get kicked out early or hot dropped on. We are looking for a little bit of excitement out here. And it would obviously make us all go crazy if there is a hot drop. And EVOS is the one that walks away with easy 4 points at the start of the game.
Yeah, let's see though. I'm anticipating a hot drop. I'm looking forward to it. But they haven't shown the map just yet. But Team Flash, though, has already dropped off, and they might be heading towards Fusion that is very close to expand. But here comes EVOS Divine on Forest Red. Very, very close. No, the spread! It is. This is it. They are just setting up for a flank and probably pinching against EVOS Divine.
Team #1 versus team #2 on the leaderboard, and we get what we want very early on. There is a hot drop, and no better team to take this hot drop than Team Flash from Vietnam, who's chasing EVOS Divine for their #1 spot. This is gonna be absolutely insane shortly as Demon finds the headshot onto Obey. And that's the first one down, but the pickup instantaneous here for the Sakastri Vijaya. In the meantime, you do see Rasia finding the catch onto the player from the side of Flash. Coach Heal going down as well. A 1-for-1 between EVOS and Team Flash.
And that's what I'm talking about. Bring it on. They are listening. They are bringing that energy. And the same goes for Visaka Sriwijaya. GOW out in this game. And who's next? Who inserted the coin? Who's the next challenger? It is AG Global, especially with Dew and the race of the sniper. And there goes the hit, not only from AG Global, but also from Onyx Olympus.
Yeah, I mean, who threw the coin? Onyx seems to think that their coin was taken by the machine and not AG Global. They went in there for the shot. Thankfully for the players on the side of Visaka Sriwijaya, that was not something they could not recover from. The pickup was instantaneous, and then they repositioned. And AG Global's like, all right, you Indonesians, you deal with each other. We are out of here.
We are out of here, and Onyx Olympus is still in here into the battle. Adrian taking down Joel, and for that elimination. But instant bring back, instant revive has been done. Adam might be in trouble, but no, it might be turned around. Double vector in hand, but there's no takedown just yet. Gardu with that shorty, and that will finish up one of their teammates. The same goes for Abe, who went down. And on our side, a battle between Heavy is also ensuing. But for Visaka Sriwijaya, we challenged them earlier to try to catch up against Evo's Divine. I guess they only heard us right now.
Zuez with a sliver of health. And don't cry. Trying to end the run of Zuez. And Raja inside the time turner, but they're all 24 HP. Jun takes advantage from the back. LBT with the Thompson in hand goes in for the rush. And what a play with the Oscar. And he will save Esports from the trouble of going in for yet another revival. Don't Cry picked right back up, and now Raja alongside Jun. They'll have to pay for taking the shot up against Don't Cry earlier on. They have got no exit strategy here now.
Yeah, I mean, no exit strategy, only blue walls to make for the flank, and PE Sports is a complete squad. But on the other side, it's still Visaka Sriwijaya on the roll. This time, AG Global in this fight. No chance of being picked up. Will be Guns as well as Gardu as they expire. And Saifa is now face-to-face. Both of them with M590 in hand. And with that Riptide Rhythm, it saves Saifa that travel for a walk around and goes in for the slay.
And Visaka Sriwijaya has been having a horrible day today. Currently the 12th place team, and they will remain on that 12th place as they do not manage to get massive points here in this game.
Yeah, Onyx Olympus, 3 points already, 3 elimination, and 1 revival that needs to be done. For Team Flash, they got in the way against Evo's Divine, and now in the chase against the Axel of Vamos, but Wang M, SKS because of distance, but I think he might be able to pull it through with a throw gun. On the other side, there goes the hit. Both of them goes down, but a pickup will be done onto Team Flash, and Vamos will lose one of their players.
Yeah, brilliant play coming on from their team. And PE Sports, on the other hand, managing to spot out CRM. CRM has a vehicle on their side, so reposition-wise, it's not going to be too difficult. But now, Vietnam looking for trouble. AG Global right down below. And the team of WAG, they won the points on their side. The trouble here is Dew is far away, which means the sniper could very easily change the face of this game very quickly. And X-Ball is split off on a different angle as well. So perhaps the snipers can find each other first. X-Ball is going to be instrumental for AG's downfall here at this point of time.
See, Cyrus right now already went down and have a good flank. It took time before AG Global managed to set up those glue wall stairs to move up the rooftop. Shots and damage onto Cyrus will be recovered right now, and AG Global still has no opening. Saifa will try to go and get position. They do have portal go just in case they want to get away or probably get back into that rooftop. But again, this rivalry between AG Global and WAG is something else. It's not the first time that we've seen them go against each other. It's most of the time. So I don't know who's studying who and who's trying to take down who, but right now it's Alan from WAG who's taking down the players of AG Global.
Yeah, WAG might just be able to deny the opportunity here for AG Global to find the top spot. Barros going to be very dangerous though. Has got the grenade launcher. If WAG all circle in together, this could be deadly. And AG Global could turn this challenge around very, very quickly. Alan.
If they can turn it around, though, as they go in for the flank, the waiting game, this hold-up, the stalemate that's happening between these two teams might spell trouble and might also reel in the other teams surrounding them.
Oh, yeah. The 2v1 Krillin is going to get caught out. Shinoi with the M590. And now in a decent 2v2. And we still don't have eyes on Dew the sniper just yet.
Oop.
There's a couple of blue walls just being smashed here, and the players just don't find a clean engage on each other. But now with the reposition, Dew does have the chance of interfering. On the opposite side of the map, you see CRM up against Team Heavy. Yet another Vietnamese squad in action. Jump with the M590 with the jump shot as well as he catches Mufasa.
PLS1 tries to take hits with that SVD, but managed to pull away just to make sure that they are surviving this fight. There's also a vending machine that's very, very near, and it's not in the open for any shots that can be done by the opposing team. But here comes a trio. AG Global Dew will be joining the party, especially with X4 out for the count. And there goes a takeout of WAG. That W didn't do that much from this battle.
Vietnam, can you help me ask WAG what's wrong with them? They just bagged a beautiful booyah earlier, and that was one of the softest engagements we have seen out of the squad in such a long time. My goodness me. And AG Global took their own sweet time in order to find the finisher. But obviously, they knew that this was going nowhere. They called for that backup. Dew arrived. And Cypher with that reposition and that backstab Woodpecker just kind of did them in at the end.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with Sniper that will be joining you, definitely the number advantage would be on them. And they didn't even give them the chance to bring back Xboor or another player from WAG. They were just stuck in there. And the moment that they pull away, they will be sniped by Dew. So that is the risk that the WAG had to think about. But for AG Global, it is Xpan who's just running around, like driving around them, but leaving two behind. So this might be troublesome because it's isolation that AG Global can do against Expand.
Yeah, man. But can they disable AG early here by getting the drop onto Cypher? Waltz going in for the chase. Cypher all alone. This is their opportunity inside the glue wall. Oh, panic for Cypher. And the ice grenade is going to be chugging away at him just a little bit, as the players on the side of Expand flood on in. He still does manage to get the knock, but the pickup is going to be instantaneous here. The rest of the players on the side of AG coming in here for the push, as well as Dew gets the shot from afar, instantly making sure Luki expires. Chino in a 1v1. Decos loses that 1v1. Afik now. Chino 1v2 wins it out. Expand no match for AG Global.
And I love what AG Global did right there. They didn't really jump into the compound. They tried to lure out the X-Band to make sure that they have an opening from Dew, and he's helping out with the damage, even going for the knock, and it's just for the team to finish off. And if I'm not mistaken, they're already off to their more than 10 elimination for AG Global, and that's what they're aiming for. If they really want to catch up into the points, they have to do so. But how can they do it if Evo Divine is still alive? Being tactical, they know the lead that they have, and they don't have to be that noisy in terms of getting elimination, because they have how many 26 chances towards all the teams, all the survivors that we have on the battlefield.
And I'll call Memory flirting with the circle. Very cheeky boys these are. But Heavy, out of nowhere, player appearing right back in here on the revival, but I don't think this is a good spot for the player to land on. This is a little bit of a sticky situation, but thankfully he's going to be like, hasta la vista, get nice, backs away. PLS1 and it has to join him in a bit, but Team Heavy too spread out on the battlefield. They look like butter.
I mean, spread out but not smooth enough to be able to get in the next phase of the zone, because Kabi might be stuck. He tried to challenge with Team Vamos, but that is a full squad, so you will be getting away. You will need to get away. But core memory, this is rare that we see a gatekeeping, a bridge camp at this point, but they will be letting
Oh my
it
lord.
go. Get nice. Will be taken down by Sensi, and Heavy will be stuck once again. But I guess the spread that they did is their insurance, just to make sure that they have one that will be alive to bring them back.
Who is just reversing his car? I don't know what he's trying to do, but AG Global now. Oh my lord, Dew out in the open, no defense whatsoever. M82B just ruining the lives of the players on the side of Vamos. Managing to get the knock, but that puts the team of Vamos on the back foot. Chinoy with the quick reposition, trying to flank them off and stop their rotation away. And in the meantime, from the back, Dew trying to put the damage in. Cypher finds the connection onto Raja's head. Zuez dropped by Dew as well. AG Global just conquering this fight up against Vamos, and AG will wipe out yet another Malaysian squad. The moment they find Jun, and this boy is not too hard to find.
Definitely. I mean, there you have it. Not so much of a hiding spot for him. He couldn't win the hide and seek at this point. So AG Global will be taking 16 elimination, and we're just in the 12th minute mark. We still have 7 teams remaining at this point, but Onyx Olympus have a different version of approach to get those headshots. Take the higher ground just to make sure that it will definitely be a headshot overall. But it's a good thing Team Flash managed to get away after Death has been taken down, and they might be able to recover, but Onyx Olympus is already in the chase.
You are correct, Love Son. The circle is about to show its level soon, so no flirting with the circle will be seen after this. At least I hope there's no flirting with the circle seen after this, because that'll just be disaster, man. Asking for trouble. Dawn now sprayed down to the ground. Don't cry with the shots from afar. ABCD will steal the elimination onto jump, so core memory creating another very horrible core memory for themselves.
I mean, they will be memory after this if they jump into a different team, because definitely they might not survive. But no, there goes a takedown by Zairu with a not got nade and a backstab against Sensi. So they're not just dealing against one team, they're dealing against core memory as well as Team Flash and ABCD, the guy that can't be moved.
Yeah, and he is now flirting with the circle. Bro is asking for trouble. But unfortunately, it's either he flirts with the circle or he meets the whole squad of Onyx. And this is not going to be crazy at all. In the grand scheme of things, Heavy eliminated as well. 5 more teams left in here. And PE Esports, the final hope for Vietnam.
Guys, for the players out there, take it from the uncles. Don't flirt with something that would hurt you towards the end.
See, the problem is these boys, they don't know what's going to hurt them at the end.
They're young.
They think they can find the right one. There's no right one. Y'all are all going to suffer your marriages. Just play the games until the day you die, okay? Don't get married. Making it horrible for the boys watching this broadcast. They're like, no, what these uncles talking about, man? No, my girl's the right one. Yeah. All right, good luck. You tell us in 10 years how you feel about that one.
We said that as well. Once in our lives, we said the same thing, the same words.
All guys have said the same words, bro. Famous last words.
But speaking of famous last words, let's see if PE Esports will be the one who will be saying the famous last words, because apart from Evo Zibine, who is in front of them, we also have AG Global putting pressure on them, and one has gone down already. It's Lao Ho, and Onyx Olympus is very close to put so much pressure on PE Esports. They weren't able to get into the compound. Now Evo Zibine is part of the mix, but as soon as they step out, Onyx Olympus tries to fight back, but they keep falling down.
Yeah, Indonesia versus Indonesia is a perfect combination here for PE Esports, who stay out of the equation for long enough. But Nero, don't cry, LBT, they all fall, and PE Esports snuffed out as well. We don't get to see Yunsul this time round, but AG Global still alive and kicking here. EVOS obviously wants the booyah for themselves. CRM will not be able to bring us to Misa. but AG will be able to do the deed here. Cougar out in the open, glue walls all fall, and Cougar will fall as well. And now in a 4v2, and there's no way in hell Conchita Caroline is going to get the camera on her this time around as Adrian gets sprayed down. AG Global secures a monstrous booyah with 22 eliminations. And with just that one game, they say, be careful, EWOS. We are here for that qualifying spot.
Yeah, they want to chase. They want to catch up, and they are doing so. They need at least, let me just count real quick, 32 points, and this brings them very, very close. That is 34 points overall. And if Evo's Divine didn't do that much, they are already number one. But Evo's Divine did a little bit of number in some of the teams, and they were part of this final four, or probably final six teams alive together with Esports. So it's tough to call that AG Global is a number one, but they are very close.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It was a tough one for the rest of the teams out there. And obviously, EWOS did fairly well all the way up towards the final parts of that matchup where it was just pure chaos, right? And I don't think EWOS got massive numbers of eliminations on their side at all there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have been silent all throughout. Most of the time that we saw them, they had 0 or that 2 elimination that they had. And they try to take advantage against Onyx Olympus. But B Esports was not out just yet. So there's a lot of distraction happening within Evo's Divine. And as they step out with all those blue walls, that's where AG Global from afar is trying to beat them down. So Evo's Divine just fell down in there. And I am just mind blown how strong Onyx Olympus has been in that game as well. 3 players managed to survive, and 2 of which has faced against AG Global on that final circle.
And you did mention that they needed about 32 points, AG Global, to catch up with EWOS. And the fact that EWOS did not get massive numbers of eliminations, obviously that's going to put them very, very close. And you also pointed out the fact that EWOS was pretty much close towards that final circle, which means placement points-wise, they did fairly well. Not great, but fairly well. So, yes, we do see AG catching up, but now the race once again is wide open. I thought it was just going to be confirmed by EWOS, but AG says not just yet. We are still in the fight, not just for the qualifying slot, but also for the sniper of the day. Dew is still popping off.
Yeah, and this time around with the 2 potential teams that can bring us to Misa, AG Global has done it for today, because that's a low probability overall. Probability-wise, it's more of Vietnam. It's more of Seoul. But with AG Global together with Core Memory, at least AG Global managed to pull it off. And that's 2 achievements already, catching up with Evo's Divine and bringing us to Misa.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, I think this is going to be a heartbreaking one for sure on the side of EWOS. I would love to see what Conchita can ask EWOS at this point in time, but we don't interview losers. So but I think it's going to be a phenomenal final battle on Solara to call the winner between AG and EWOS. And I'm curious if or not anybody else is going to be joining this race, Neptune, because in the previous lobby, let me just take a look at the overall standings, right? We still had PE Esports as well as Team Flash, but they didn't really pick up too many points in this game. So in order for them to actually fight for the qualifying spot, they will literally require both EWOS and AG to be eliminated in the 12th and 11th spot to stand a good chance. And of course, they have to go on to the final circle, get decent numbers of booyah, like a 10 and above plus, 10 and above eliminations plus the booyah in order to be able to do that.
Yeah, and it's becoming tough right now because we are on to our last map after this. But before we go there, let's head over to Thailand and welcome back Lisa to the interview.
Yeah.
Finally, we secured a booyah, guys. And right now, I'm here with Napalud. Okay, let's start with yesterday's incident. Your score was only 2 points away from BTR. How did you feel at that time? เราห่างจาก BTR แค่2 แต้มเท่านั้นเมื่อวานเรารู้สึกไงบ้าง
รู้สึกว่าไอ้ดิวยิงทำไม
He said, why did you shoot? I don't know what's that mean, but I think fans know that. Okay, แล้วสายฟ้าล่ะ
ก็รู้สึกเสียดาย
He feels ashamed, guys. It was only a little bit. Only 2 points left. But anyways, do you think you can catch up with Esports today? คิดว่าเราตีตื้นกับ Esports วันนี้ได้ไหม
ได้ครับ ถ้าเกมท้ายได้บูย่าครับ
He think he can do it if the last game he got the booyah. โอเคแล้วเราล่ะสายฟ้า
ก็คิดว่าน่าจะแซงได้อยู่
Okay, there's possibility, guys. Right, last question. Is there anything you'd like to say to the fans who are watching right now? มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงแฟนๆที่ดูอยู่ไหมครับ
ฝากติดตามเลยครับ ถ้าวันนี้ไม่เข้าก็อาทิตย์หน้าก็3 วัน
มันก็จะเศร้าๆหน่อยนะอาทิตย์หน้าต้องสู้อีกตั้ง3 วันเลยนะ
ใช่ครับ
Okay, ไม่เป็นไร Please keep on supporting him. He'll get it today or maybe next week. In 3 days, guys. แล้วเราล่ะสายฟ้าฝากอะไรถึงแฟน
ฝากเชียร์ไปเรื่อยๆครับเขาทำเต็มที่ทุกวันครับ
Okay. Please keep on cheering him because he's doing his best in every day. Hey, thank you so much for this interview session. Now let's get back to the casters. Bye.
I legit feel bad for Dew and Cypher. They look so sad, all right?
Yeah.
They just got the booyah, but they don't look happy. And I understand. But I think they shouldn't be too hard on themselves. I think AG Global is definitely a team that can find the qualifier already. And Dew is absolutely right. If it's not today, it's next week, man. Either way, you're going to see them at the finals. And what matters is, at the finals, they go crazy. At the finals, Dew's hitting those shots. At the finals, Cypher's there for the super backup, and they are ripping at the throats. I mean, if they get a couple of these 22 elimination matches at the grand finals, yeah, AG Global's the champions of FFWS Sea for sure.
Definitely. I mean, a couple of that consistency overall, but make sure that if you don't need to shoot, don't shoot. I think what he's talking about was trigger discipline towards one part of the game from yesterday, and that's why they were eliminated a little bit early, because judging from their points from that last game, it was only a 6 placement point and then 1 elimination. That is a little bit short, but not this time around. Dew with 8 elimination as our MVP and 6,035 on the damage plus 11 knockdowns. So I guess this is the record-breaking performance that Dew and AG Global has to offer.
Absolutely. My oh my, what an MVP. And this guy definitely deserves the title. 8 eliminations, no easy thing to hit out there at a level like this. And Dew obviously made it work so well for himself. Baros, Chinoy, Cypher, all with that backup. But I like the active skill lineup here. The Skylar Arlok, A124, Tatsuya. A little bit of a difference here in terms of the support play on that Arlok. But obviously, once again, we've assessed this quite a number of times already. Cypher splitting away from Dew sometimes. And he does play a lot of risk in his position. Yeah. But that Arlok on him does allow him to recover a little bit. And look at this, it's playing out very well. 8 and 8 eliminations from both Dew and Cypher. 16 just between them. Holy mama.
And definitely, and that is a 22-pointer overall just for elimination. And if AG Global can perform this well, they can be getting that #1 spot a little bit too early towards this week. But, well, we'll have to find out, though. We'll have to find out. So far for the key player, Sairu, 10. I thought that was 10 elimination. 10 grenade use at this point. Well, that's a lot of grenades overall. 6k on the damage coming from the sniper AG Dew, and Baros with 11 assists. I guess this is the best performance overall, not only for Dew but also for Baros, because so far from the past, he tries to be that rusher. He tries to be in the front line, but he managed to fall down a little bit early. So as a backup, with that assist, it helps the team to set up good play.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we talked about earlier on today. It was pointed out by someone in the chat. I forgot who you are. I'm sorry, bro. But I remember what you said. That Dew needs better rushers on the side of AG Global. And you can see that being the fact. Because if your rusher is giving you the assist, and if your sniper who's far away is giving you the elimination, you have a big problem. You know? And it is the sniper and the marksman of AG Global that's giving them a majority of these points. So AG Global, if they want to win championships, they need to rethink what's their roster lineup as far as the rushes are going to be, whether it's a re-roster or they somehow help to upskill their rushes. One of the two is going to be needed if they want to dominate and not be chasing after teams like EVOS.
Yeah, EVOS Divine will be chased by AG Global for Solara map. It's only 9 points between them, and they had managed to pull away as well against P Esports and Team Flash, who is P Esports 18 points away from AG Global. So it's either P Esports do quite well, similar to what we've seen AG Global, but it's tough to call because we rarely see that from P Esports. Yes, they perform quite well from the past, but you know how it is. Most of the time, it is downhill towards the end of the day. Thus, as much as we want to hope that Vietnam will be catching up, it's really difficult to tell.
Yeah. That's the crazy thing about Vietnam, right? I've never been able to see the consistency from the region as a whole, which is a little crazy because it's a very, very solid region. But maybe they haven't gotten used to the device that they are holding on to just yet, because the device is amazing. They do have the Galaxy Ultra in their hands, but the latest Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra comes with the next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine and improved ray tracing technology. Basically, it delivers absolutely outstanding performance, lifelike graphics, as well as a smooth gaming experience.
Yeah. That Snapdragon 8 Elite is better than the snap of the sniper. And that is being done on that flick. I mean, that really is some powerful device out here. And hopefully they can get used to it, because apart from next week, and if they get it get into the grand finals, there's only a few more days that they can have that practice before they get that #1 spot, the championship potential to be the kings of Southeast Asia. But going into the game schedule, what everyone has been waiting for, but we have been waiting for, Solara map on game number 6.
But I also like seeing the fact that on every single game, we've had a unique team having that booyah, and we have never seen a back-to-back booyah from any region there whatsoever. So now there's only one team there's only one region that can pull that off, and that is Thailand. So it all is now weighing very heavily on the shoulders of AG Global as well as CRM. But unfortunately, they are not the top performers at Solara. It is Indonesia initially with EVOS and Visaka Sriwijaya. GOW is in the mix as well. But the crazy thing here is Visaka Sriwijaya and GOW have not been performing well throughout the day at all. Maybe they can turn their performance around on the Solara map, which they are comfortable on, or maybe EVOS is going to use this to guarantee themselves a slot at the finals. And here's the thing, if EVOS does not use this map, which they have already proven dominance on before, to guarantee themselves a slot at the finals that was practically guaranteed already before the start of batch number 5, I think the boys are going to be a little disappointed in them.
Yeah, definitely are disappointed overall. So we'll have to find out, though, because we're getting close to fly in to Solara. And then no sun can bring the shadow in this map. Everything's new, everything is shiny, and everything is out of reach just yet from the teams to be hailed the king, unless we are given a skewed flight path, which I think it is not. It's just the size of the map, AJ. I'm getting fooled by Solara right now.
I got scammed right there, bro. All right, let's see exactly what happens here. I have I played BR on Solara at this point of time? No, I've not played BR, but lots of Clash Squad on Solara. Not used to it yet. It's one of my worst maps at this point of time.
I did play VR from one of the Philippine teams from the other games, other tournaments that we've shoutcasted for. So not the actual pro teams, but they're part of the clan. But it's fun. It was fun, especially when I'm getting carried. So that's how weird the fun comes in when I'm playing VR.
It's always fun when you get carried, bro.
Yes, sir.
What a shot now onto Export Queen YT. That was for you. And the spray down is going to put WAG on the back foot very early on. And of course, EVOS Divine a little bit more confident with that 1 point up, and Cyrus shooting us so far.
Let's see. It is tough, though. M24, it's not easy to get a hit on this one compared to the usual that we see. But Aim God right now, not really getting out of sight, not really getting out of cover, and that's what I love about Solana. There's a lot of cover that you can use, and even a lot of sliding rails that you can utilize in moving and getting for the flank. So WAG, especially Alan, might be in trouble, but he hasn't been spotted just yet. The Evo's fine, very, very close. If that footstep as Alan's moving in, and I guess there he is. Rasia saw him and damaged him.
This one's a sticky situation. Rasia, XM8, unrelenting shots to the glue wall, and Alan will be able to rush on out of there in the nick of time here. All thanks to the sensor shockwave used, giving him a little bit of a boost in speed. But that's only going to buy him a little bit of extra. EVOS running away in a fight they actually had good control on. This is an interesting one. EVOS definitely is looking for the qualifier event.
Yeah, I mean, they want to survive a little bit longer, but it's different from Core Memory right now because they're not surviving at all. Onyx Olympus wants to do them a number, and I love how Onyx Olympus rather is doing quite well right now, but not too much that they started it early into the day. If they manage to start it and get all of those aggression out with elimination as a result, then they might be the team that we are looking at, but unfortunately it doesn't work that way.
Not at all. And Onyx is trying to play a little bit of a safer play here. Still with the engagement up against CRM. Now there's a backstab. Pink's going to be sending out that Sentino clone first. But it looks like there's no punishment overall for the side of Onyx. The slide rails will get them to Sensi a little bit quicker. And we've got a Clash Squad map on our hands now.
Clash Squad map, the hub right now. This is where the A124 on Clash Squad would be very useful, especially as you are spawning very close. But speaking of very close, there goes a very close as well as elimination against one of the players from Core Memory. AG Global, though, the first elimination that they got is from Do. Now, the only question is, will they be able to get out of the compound and deal with GOW?
And AG is in a decent spot. We have GL to ton. Uh-oh! Pushes stun straight into a dangerous spot here. The AG players right in front of him in this container. Tan with the M590. Cypher with the Bison. Tan just needs one shot. Cypher needs an accurate shot.
Oh,
he's not going to find any on him just yet. And a shot from behind. It will be Tan with the grenade out of nowhere and the spray response. Leanne finding Cypher. It's a 2-for-2 on both sides. And it looks like Chino is not going to get picked up. A instant purchase back here. So AG will continue to stay alive. And GOW should have this battle. Oh, no! A denial by Barros at the last second.
Yeah, and there you have it. I mean, the spread of GOW is trying to ensure that they can get all sides covered. But GOW says go. Go back to the lobby, or rather AG Global says go back to the lobby, and recovery will be done on AG Global. Here comes a team flash right now, and they're trying to avoid that grenade from Bisaka Srivijaya. Now, back into the bunker, they are trying to get the position of everyone, and this is one advantage that banked bunker has to offer. You will not be shot at if you are in here and you have a clear view of the opponent on one side.
Yeah, absolutely, and whoop. Look at Alan. He's just moonwalking these slide rails. Wrong jump there. Almost got knocked down to the ground. Put his team in trouble, but Mufasa's still going to find X4. WAG being tortured by the brothers Heavy and Tikui with the amazing M590 headshot. As the pickup comes through, Tikui puts him right back down onto the ground, but traded out now by PLS1 with a headshot VSK. And a deadly one. What? So, okay, I thought he had the glue walls erected already.
He has. That's one thing. That's a feature of the slide rail. Once you use a glue wall on the slide rail, it will cover you up from all angles. Well, probably not all, Yes, sir. I did it. I tried it, and it was fun. It was amazing.
You have now traveling glue walls? What? I did not know that. I die on the slide rails all the time.
You don't even know how to reverse on a slide rail.
No, I didn't. It was an accidental one, and I paid the price for it instantly. Adam is, well, out in the open, has the Superman on him, but obviously he doesn't want to use it just yet. PLS1 looking for trouble. Going in for the rush. All alone, BSK. But now Onyx is going to turn the tables on him. PLS1 running for his life. And he's about to get punished here by Adrian. M590 looking for the connection. Electrotherapy still playing its role there, keeping PLS1 up on his feet. Kabi now in the thick of the action. Adam with a sliver of health, and he won't be put down onto the ground. As Get Nice and Squad run Onyx down. Adrian with a sliver of health cannot take the fight up against Kabi, who gets a double for himself.
Heavy looking prime, especially M590. And despite of Onyx Olympus, I mean, I saw good shots right there, but it's just a movement of Heavy that threw off those shots. Now, let's see on AG Global, the team who's trying to go and play that catch-up game against Evo's Divine, already getting 4 elimination. The same goes for Team Vamos and Garnu delaying in the shots, or rather, Raja delaying the shots against Gardu, and that might cost them 2 players from Vamos.
And Raja in a sticky situation. Barricades himself in here, and FGL's the glue wall is to torture the team on the opposite side. That does not help him get a knock though, and the circle's now going to be pressuring all of these teams at the same time. Not massive amounts of damage just yet though on the circle, but a double headshot coming on through, and Jun, Axel both cleaning house. Vamos performing very well against Osaka Srivijaya.
Probably that was the reason. That is the reason why Raja didn't take shots against Visaka Srivijaya. Just make sure that they don't pull away from their rush. But that was risky though for Team Vamos. Very, very risky. If somewhat that Gardu had a shot already against Raja, that would be turned around right now, and Vamos might have been taken out that quickly.
Now, the question is, where's Evos? I haven't seen them the whole lobby. We have barely had an eyes on them. But, you know, Buriram as well, they always stay hidden. We get to see a little bit of AG Global, and obviously they've been in a few scuffles. But no sight of Evos. I see the chat saying Evos has been eliminated already. Wait, is that real?
I don't know. We'll have to see that sidebar.
Yeah, I know, right? Can we have the sidebar production? we need to know if not Evos is eliminated, because, dude, AG Global is not too far away at all. They're 9 points away from Evos. This is huge if Evos is eliminated already, Nev.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to call. There's a lot of engagement that's happening. We didn't even see that Evos has been eliminated. It might have happened a little bit too early, but we'll have to find out, because AG Global is catching up with the 9 points that they need. Already 3, 4 to go, and their target is one player from Team Flash, who's very, very good in positioning, but managed to fall down.
Oh no, I mean, Zom almost crushed the hopes of AG there in terms of overtaking Evos, because 2 players got knocked. But now CRM, if CRM ends AG Global right here, right now, even if Evos is eliminated, they can still qualify. What a tense situation it is out here on this map. Cougar finding the shot. Team Flash getting eliminated as well. So Flash not going to be qualifying today by a miracle play at all, as those glue walls come down.
Yeah, on the sidebar, Evo's Divine has been taken out. AG Global on the run right now, but they are being eliminated as well. It is a tie right now.
Bro, it's a tie with AG on top. They both have 1 booyah each. We need to look at the eliminations a little bit later on. And I think that it is definitely going to be AG qualifying. Which means my prediction of Evos dominating next week could just come true.
Dude, I'm not sure why or what happened there, who dropped the ball, but definitely Evo's Divine was not expecting this. at this point. They were aiming, I think so, they were aiming, but if the case is your theory is correct, they really want to fail this day. They got there, like they got there by accident because they're trying to build Razia's lead in terms of the elimination, in terms of points, and I say, oh, it's very close. Let's just give it to AG. But still, AG might not get it because it was tied, and it would depend on that elimination number.
Yeah, man. I mean, if a team like PE Esports wants to overtake AG by any chance, they have to get like a 35-pointer match, maybe a 40-pointer. They want to secure a guarantee for themselves, but we all know how impossible that's going to be as Vamos. Now, subbed out a couple of players on the side of CRM, and easy recovery for them on the second floor. Riptide Rhythm on the side of Vamos, courtesy of Visaka Srivijaya, but that's not going to put them in a predicament at all as they clear themselves away from those windows.
Yeah, let's see though if they'll be able to get anything right now. Team Vamos and Core Memory a little bit risky in terms of position, but who got that 7 survivors being tagged with that binoculars, and WAG right now in the middle of everyone, and they still are. But with those slide rails, that would be risky. They might not know who to focus on, especially if a lot of teams use it towards them.
Absolutely, and so few teams here, and I don't know, man. I don't know if they know. Even if they perform to their heart's best, they're not going to find a qualifier. Or maybe the snipers can still try to find the battle, but both EVOS and AG, with the top snipers of the day, they kind of ended that race prematurely as well. And we don't see PE Esports anywhere out there, so the day's pretty much done for. Oh, wait, is that them? PE Esports is still out there, but they literally need to clean out the whole lobby in order to win this.
Yeah, well, let's see. They are underway on Team Heavy, and potentially once this engagement happened between Heavy and Expand, and PE Sports will be able to sneak in all those elimination. That is a good start. That is a good start for them, because it seems like one can go down, one knockdown, and then a steal from all is what it needs. But no, it is just happening between the two teams, and it looks like Expand might be winning this. But no, Deco's falls down, and Luki would be the only one remaining. There goes the Penta for Kabi right now, but PLS1 cannot be picked up because here comes PE Sports.
Yeah, PE Sports here to clean up house, but LBT also realizing that he should not be flirting with the circle. He's got a girlfriend. Quickly backing away from this. Riptide Rhythm sent the way of Kabi as well to spraying down to the ground. Laho will find the initial connection, and they do secure that point for themselves, but PE Sports just 3 eliminations so far. There's no way they're going to find the qualifier any other day, but of course, this team's now at this point of time fighting to see which host they can bring to the camera.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, who can bring honor to the host right now? Because Team Vamos is having trouble, not only against Team Heavy's PLS1, but also WAG on the other side. Nade straight into Suez, and Heavy goes down. Now WAG Tikui making work against Visaka Srivijaya, and now we have 3 teams remaining, but all of them a full squad.
WAG looking for their second booyah of the day. And PE Sports can get it done for Yunsol as well, but Vamos can ruin everybody's day and make us see a couple of uncles for the interview segment and see exactly who takes the cake here. Vamos, they do have a decent enough defensive spot up against the players of WAG, but PE versus WAG, this is going to be crazy because PE with the first reposition, and the player that used the launch pad, I believe he took a little bit of damage with the circle as well. Vamos very smart with the reposition, using the vehicle as the natural cover. And that's going to keep them safe from using too many of those glue walls. And there's a monster truck as well in the vicinity of this next circle zone. And I believe WAG might just go for it.
Let's see who goes for who. LBT not yet spotted, and here comes the rest of PE Sports. Now the compound will be taken by PE Sports. Just make sure that they have cover, and they are using WAG as bait for Team Vamos, but PE Sports is losing a few of their players. 14 elimination for Team Vamos. This is what we have been asking for from Malaysian team, and it's only now that they're showing us. So let's see if they can grab this booyah and bring us to the uncles. Otherwise, it seems like WAG might be back. And
oh, dude, this is a damn good match. Sorry, definitely, I thought you ended already.
That's all right.
My apologies, brother. This is a damn good match because they better get the booyah here. 15 eliminations is impossible out of Vamos now.
Yeah, I mean, probably it's a new map. Probably it's the
Maybe,
rotation.
yeah.
Probably it's being like Evo's Divine being taken down a little bit too early. But whatever motivation they have right now, they need it every day.
I mean, if this is a new map issue and they're able to find eliminations like this in such a crazy lobby, then Vamos really needs to think about their rotations and how they're playing the pressure out there on the battlefield, right? Because this is a phenomenal performance coming through from them. That Glue Wall Melter is just going to tease them a little bit out of their defenses. Raja still holding back. WAG up against Vamos in a decent 4v4, but Vamos has got the slight advantage here in terms of potential win percentage.
Yeah, I mean, they are close to the center of the circle, and the moment they drop in, WAG might be spotted. And does Explore try to back away quite far to make sure that he can use the sniper as a leverage against Team Vamos. And there goes the XL taking down the next board, taking down Raja. It's now left to 2 players for Team Vamos, and it seems like the isolation play is working for WAG up close and personal with Cyrus as well as N1014 and WAG for that booyah. And this is their second booyah for the day.
Absolutely delightful to see WAG getting the booyah, but I don't know how I feel about this. They start hot, they end hot, and in the middle, it's like putting your favorite food in the microwave after it came out of the freezer, and you're damn hungry, you sit down to eat, and you haven't eaten the whole day, and you find out that the inside is still frozen. That's WAG, right? So I don't know. I've got mixed feelings about this booyah.
Well, at least they got 2 booyahs, but it's the consistency. Well, I know we keep asking about that. Fans out there, like teams out there, there's a reason why we keep asking about it, because there are some teams who can maintain consistency. There are some teams who can do it not just within the day, but all throughout a whole week. And that's what you need to manage. That's what you need to do. And that's what WAG needs to work on. But let's not take away. The booyah goes for the Vietnamese team.
Absolutely, man. And with Vietnam having this booyah, once again, I'm still so confused. This is the only team from Vietnam to pick up a double booyah of the day. And PE Sports that has no booyah has performed better than them. And what's insane here is they have got more placement points in comparison to WAG. I'm so confused.
I mean, I am confused as well. I don't know how they are doing it, but consistency coming from PE Sports, we keep asking for that. We keep asking that they work on it. They might have failed for their first match, but towards the second and then the third, they went in second place. And then on the fourth, they were very, very close, but technically they are working on their placement. So since they were failing the previous day, I guess they're strategizing on their rotation. The placement point is very, very high for this team, and they just need to deal with elimination later on. But it's just unfortunate, though they're not aiming for that number 1, the team of the day. It's just unfortunate for Solara. I think there's a huge chance that they could have taken this, especially since everyone are new to this map. So not only with the placement point, but also with those elimination, they have the capability. They have Lao Ho as a sniper, so they can do what Du is doing or what Xbor was doing, but they are still falling a little short. But I think next week would be a much different story for PE Sports.
Yeah, I hope that is the case, right? Because PE Sports, this has been a phenomenal run from them. Because in the first game, when they dropped the ball, I was like, okay, all right, this is the usual version of PE Sports. And then from the second game, they were very explosive with the number of points that they picked up. And in the grand scheme of things, they've got 40 placement points as opposed to WAG. And they've got no booyahs whatsoever. WAG with the double booyahs and they are far, far away in terms of placement points. Even eliminations-wise, PE is so much better than WAG today.
Yeah.
What I can't really put my finger on is what's up with Vietnam, because they've got so much of hidden talent in all of these teams. We don't see that consistency coming out from them, and that's just kind of affecting them in the overall grand scheme of things. It's not a problem that I have. It's just that if we keep seeing this, Vietnam is not going to be champion, and that's a little heartbreaking, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I guess hopefully it doesn't work when they get the word from the boss. That's the only time that they perform. Because it seems like it. It seems like it. But we are going to hear later on from WAG, as well as welcome back Yoon Sul as our interviewer for that Booyah. So let's bring it over to Vietnam and hear what they have to say.
Hi everybody, and our last Booyah belonged to WAG from Vietnam to end everything here tonight. So let me introduce you all to WAG Clam, our media. So hello Clam, I would like to ask that how is everything after we done this week a very sensitive week, very competitive week. Overall, how is your emotion right now? Xin chào cậu Lam, rất là căng thẳng khi mà chúng ta đã vừa kết thúc trận đấu cuối cùng ở trong ngày thi đấu ngày hôm nay. Thì không biết là cùng với huấn luyện viên đội Ghost ngồi coi ở dưới thì cậu Lam đã cảm thấy như thế nào khi chúng ta đã vừa kết thúc mọi thứ ở trong ngày hôm nay vậy ạ? Mình cảm thấy có thực sự là thỏa mãn với cái màn thi đấu lần cuối này không ạ?
Dạ không, mình cảm thấy thất vọng về team. Thi đấu dưới sức với lại không đúng với kỳ vọng của mọi người.
Vậy thì kỳ vọng của Clam ở đây là chắc hẳn là tấm vé để vào chung kết sớm luôn đúng không ạ?
Dạ, kỳ vọng của em là anh em sẽ kiểu đoàn kết và bắn theo kiểu là với tinh thần gọi là chiến đấu hết mình. Còn em thấy cảm giác team vẫn xìu xìu như thế nào.
Ui, nghe bảo là hôm nay không đoàn kết thì ý Clam ở đây là mình đã xảy ra chuyện gì không hay hay sao vậy ạ?
Không, thường thì team em thì bắn khi mà lỡ có chốc 1-2 game thì bắt đầu kiểu hơi bị kiểu xuống tinh thần ấy, xong rồi bắt đầu là buông luôn.
Xuống tinh thần. So overall for Clam, he is not pretty much satisfied with the game today. He feel upset, but most of all, he feel disappointed with his team's performance. It's because it's like he feel like his team still not getting along with each other well. It's like whenever they lose 1 or 2 games, they will feel down immediately and they cannot control their emotion at all. So that's why he feels a little bit upset. But I think overall, maybe this Booyah will cheer him up a little bit. So into our second questions, as we all know that. Okay, Clam. So first of all, what is your first prediction of the Vietnamese team can go to the finals? How many teams? Okay, thì trước khi chúng ta vào câu thứ hai thì mình sẽ muốn hỏi Clam là dự định ban đầu, cái dự đoán ban đầu của Clam mà là bao nhiêu đội Việt Nam sẽ vào chung kết được vậy ạ?
Theo mình dự đoán nếu mà thời điểm bây giờ thì mình nghĩ là tầm 3 đội.
Nhưng mà dự đoán hồi trước từ ban đầu là bao nhiêu?
Từ ban đầu thì mình nghĩ là 5 chứ.
5, thực ra là usual cũng là 5. Okay, so for Clam and myself, yes, at the first beginning, we predict that there will be 5 Vietnamese team can go to the finals. But until now, and this week has ended, and next week, it's gonna be very intense. It's gonna be so competitive. It's gonna be super, super. I don't know how to say it. It can be like a super week. So, did WAG prepared anything as for the Ghost and for you, so the team can go further and bring the best performance to the audience? Thì tuần thi đấu tiếp theo chắc chắn sẽ là một cái tuần thi đấu rất là nghẹt thở, rất là căng thẳng rồi. Thì không biết là huấn luyện viên đội Ghost và cả The Clam đã chuẩn bị những gì cho đội tuyển của mình, hoặc là đội tuyển của mình đã tự chuẩn bị những gì để có thể gọi là đưa những màn trình diễn mãn nhãn nhất cho các bạn khán giả vậy ạ?
Thì tuần cuối thì tụi mình cũng không dám nói trước được điều gì ấy, nhưng mà tụi mình sẽ kiểu cố gắng thay đổi hết sức để mà có thể góp mặt ở Hà Nội. Mình không dám hứa trước nhưng mà tụi mình sẽ cố gắng thay đổi và có mặt ở Hà Nội trong tuần cuối.
So for us, we cannot promise anything at first, but we will try to fix the problem. We will try to communicate more. We will try to do our best of anything so that we can get that ticket to the finals in Hanoi. against he, like he pressed that one again. We cannot promise anything at all, but we will try our best, especially for the WAG fans. So, Climb, since we finished everything here, can you talk about our little brother Tewi? And would you like to say anything to the viewers? Thì dù gì thì ngày hôm nay cũng đã kết thúc rồi, mọi người cũng đã rất là vất vả. Cảm ơn mọi người rất là nhiều vì đã cống hiến. Không biết là Clam có lời nào muốn gửi đến người em tư quý của chúng ta khi đã được một Booyah vào cuối ngày, và tất nhiên là những lời gửi đến các bạn khán giả không ạ?
Đầu tiên thì em thấy quý vô khá là lửa, cố gắng mà phát huy. Còn mọi người thì em thay mặt WC em cảm ơn mọi người đã theo dõi và ủng hộ team. Tuy là khiến mọi người thất vọng nhiều nhưng mà tuần cuối này tụi mình sẽ cố gắng thay đổi và lấy lại lòng tin của mọi người và không khiến mọi người thất vọng nữa. Em cảm ơn rất là nhiều.
So from our little brother, Tewi, you were on fire. You were so amazing. But for everyone who's always cheered for WAG and especially the audience, we would like to say thank you and apologize for making you guys feel disappointed about us. We will try our best. We will promise that we will try our best to play as best as we could. We will do anything to get the tickets to the final, to bring your trust back to us. Well, cảm ơn Clam rất là nhiều ạ, và hy vọng là cái trận đấu cuối cùng này nó cũng sẽ đẩy tinh thần của mọi người lên khá một chút xíu để có thể chuẩn bị tốt nhất cho chế độ tự chiến và cả sinh tồn tuần sau. Dự là một tuần thực sự rất là nặng nề cho WG mọi người, nhưng mà mình tin rằng là mọi người sẽ cùng với Yusun ủng hộ hết mình cho những đội tuyển Việt Nam đang còn phải thi đấu ở chế độ sinh tồn, và đặc biệt là tuần sau thì hãy cùng chúng mình theo dõi cả WG ở chế độ tự chiến và sinh tồn nhé. Cảm ơn. Fighting. Thank you so much for watching our interview. And now let's head back to the caster and see the game starts.
Thank you very much, Yoon Sul, as well as a heartwarming interview coming from Calm. I mean, that's the most honest interview. That's the most, I would say, it's hard to accept as well. I can feel that from Calm, from WAG, that even if they're the top team from their region, they are still failing to be the number one for each day. And that takes a toll for the team as well, but they know it. They accept it. And you know how it is. If you want to cure something, at least finding out what's wrong. That's the first step.
Yeah. I mean, I legit talk. I was disappointed with WAG, but now I'm not disappointed anymore because I know that WAG is disappointed with themselves. And like you said, the moment you address it, the moment you acknowledge that we have a problem here is the first step towards fixing it. And if WAG can acknowledge it right now, before we head into next week's final chance, I've got no doubts whatsoever. We're going to see WAG in the grand finals. It's good to be slapped and disappointed now than to be slapped and disappointed next week and not make it to the finals at all. So timing-wise, we are still all right here. Timing-wise, it's great that PE and Team Flash, the two weaker teams of Vietnam, waking up today on the final day here to show us that, hey, you know what? On a good day, we can do really, really well as well. Fingers crossed we see them, performing well next week. It would actually be phenomenal. In fact, shocking to see all 5 teams from Vietnam qualify next week.
Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible because we have 6 slots available for them, and with this mix up right now, yesterday it was a different set of Vietnamese team. Now it's a different set. Now it's not just Vietnam, the other teams as well from Thailand, even from Malaysia has been performing as well. So there's a chance that the jumble, the mix up overall on the top 6 by next week would be different day after day, and it will be mind-blowing. Especially if we see the 5 teams from Vietnam to get into the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, maybe on one day you see 5 teams from Vietnam being in the top 6. Even then, I don't know if there's a possibility now, because when you've got 2 of the weaker teams performing, the top teams are down at the bottom. And WAG, supposedly the best team, it was kind of the middle. Team Heavy and JOW, at least in the final game, they performed decently well.
Yeah.
But from the very start, it wasn't very impressive in terms of what they were doing out there. So to expect all 5 teams from Vietnam to get the qualifier is going to be impossible, mainly because, like what you just pointed out, it's not just about Vietnam. Yeah. We've got Thailand, we've got Indonesia, we've also got Malaysia, we've got Expand waking up today and showing us exactly what they're made of. Even though Expand World Cup, Vamos still has got more points than them, so that really shows the fight in the Malaysian squads here as well. So it's really a toss to see exactly who's going to be able to dominate over 18 games next week. But of course, before all of that, let's see exactly what happens here in the Battle of Snipers.
Congratulations, AG
Because we've got
for
Dew
winning today's
who has won it.
challenge. And since you're the best sniper of the day, is there any tips you would like to share to other people? ไหนๆเราก็ชนะ challenge best sniper ของวันนี้แล้วมี tips หรือทริคอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงแฟนๆที่อยากจะแบบยิงคมๆแบบเราปะ
เราต้องเล่นฟรีไฟเออร์ทุกวันครับ เพราะว่าเกมดีครับ
คมๆหนึ่ง You need to play Free Fire every day because it's a very good game. Guys, do that. It's a pro tip. Okay, last question. Do you know what's the punishment for the lost team will be? รู้ไหมว่าทีมที่แพ้ challenge ของเราในวันนี้จะโดนอะไรบ้าง
ไม่รู้ครับ ไม่รู้เลย เพราะว่า
Still doesn't know
อย่างเดียว
โอเคมาเล่นอย่างเดียววันนี้จอยๆใช่ไหม
ได้ครับ ไม่รู้เลย
He still doesn't know the punishment for the last teams. So let's see how our Malaysian friends are doing right now. Go!
We accept the challenge. What has been punishment to our team from Malaysia? Then we have Vamos as the representative. We have Excel here. This one. 1, 2, 3, a 4, a 5, 6, 7, 8,
I am
9,
a noob sniper.
10. Done. So it's done for us. So now throw to Vietnam.
See?
Hello everyone, so it's our turn to return the bet. This is Hoang Mo from Team Flash, and the bet today is gonna be if the loser, they have to pull this up. I am a noob sniper and he has to do 10 swats. Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là MC Yunsu và bên cạnh mình đây chính là Hoang Mo đến từ Team Flash. Và kèo thua cuộc ngày hôm nay sẽ là cầm một tấm bảng, có nghĩa tôi là một tay bắn tỉa gà và sẽ phải swat 10 lần. Ok, và bây giờ chúng ta sẽ bắt đầu trả kèo trước nha và sẽ phỏng vấn sau. Ok. Ok, làm theo Yusun nha. Biết swat chưa? Rồi. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Didn't
8,
say Yunsu was part of the challenge as well.
10.
But
Mệt quá.
he's part of the team.
We're done. So we play cool.
Took one for
So
the
into
country.
our first
Yes,
questions.
sir.
I've seen that in the first game, you guys have blasting out their fire wrist. But what is
Malaysia
wrong in
didn't
our
ask
middle
questions.
game? And
Yun
can
Sul
you
is just
explain
taking
that
the
for us? A little bit of
opportunity.
sharing. Như Hammer, rõ ràng là trong cái giai đoạn đầu trận của chúng ta thì chúng ta đã có một màn trình diễn rất là xuất sắc, rất là bùng nổ, nhưng mà có vẻ như là từ giữa trận trở đi thì mọi người có vẻ như là hơi hụt hơi một chút xíu. Như Hammer có thể chia sẻ cho Yusu và các bạn khán giả là chuyện gì đã xảy ra được không vậy ạ?
Team em muốn bắn tuần sau để chen đủ ngày cho chung kết thôi.
Là bắn cho đủ ngày thôi.
Đúng rồi, bắn cho đủ ngày để cho chung kết, khỏi chen nữa.
Ồ, vậy là từ bữa tới giờ lượt về là chỉ là một cái buổi luyện tay thôi.
Đúng rồi, luyện tập thôi.
Wow. So apparently the second phase of a knockout stage is just a tame phase for them to practicing, you guys, just to practicing. So that's why they don't feel stressful at all. They just keep practicing, and next week is gonna be the week they're gonna play for real. So into our second questions. Well, you know, this week kind of not good for the Vietnamese team. So our final weeks there will be 5 Vietnamese team, very intensity. If for Hoang Mo, what would you do to get the ticket to the finals? And can you target to me? Thì tất nhiên là ngày thi đấu cuối cùng nó cũng rất là căng thẳng rồi, Hoang Mo cũng biết mà. Nhưng mà Hoang Mo sẽ dự định là làm gì với đội tuyển của mình, cùng nhau họp gọi là hợp tác chiến gì đó không biết, nhưng mà có thể làm sao mà cho chúng mình nghe được là bạn có chắc chắn được xuất vào chung kết không?
Em chắc chắn 89%.
89%. Vậy thì số còn lại nó đâu mất tiêu rồi?
11 còn lại là cho chia mỗi đội tuyển 1%.
Chia cho mỗi một đội tuyển phần trăm á hả? Ok. Ok, vậy thì bạn có một lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả Việt Nam không?
Bạn hãy để tuần sau theo dõi team và cổ vũ cho team Flash của mình.
Okay, continue to cheer for us, for Team Flash, and of course for the Vietnamese team as well. We are done here. Let's moving on to other regions.
All right, thank you, Yunsel. So, survivors, apparently it is now our turn to do the consequences for today's LBS challenge. Congratulations, Du, but I'm here with Wings today. Yes, we're gonna do 10 squads, but before that, I think it's better for us to have a bit of a chat first. Takutnya nanti capek ngos-ngosan, jadi kita ngobrol-ngobrol dulu aja deh ya, survivors. Mau membahas mengenai Onyx dulu nih. Pekan kelima masih belum berhasil mengamankan tiket ke Grand Final. Apa yang ada dalam pikiran kamu sekarang? Sejujur-jujurnya mau curhat boleh banget, Wings. Aku translate dulu ya. So, entering week 5, unfortunately Onyx still hasn't been successful in securing the ticket into the Grand Final. What exactly is running through your mind right now? I want you to be candid. I want you to be open. I want you to tell us what you're feeling deep inside. You may start. Kau boleh mulai sekarang.
Yang pastinya sedih sih, tapi buat minggu depan kita bakalan improve lagi sih. Buat ini.
Okay, so he's saying that of course he's feeling a bit down, he's feeling a bit sad, but this just fueled him more to do better next week to finally secure the ticket going into the Grand Final. So AG, we're coming for you, okay? Pertanyaan yang kedua, melihat hasil dari challenge hari ini, Du akhirnya berhasil jadi pemenang, dia nggak harus squad. Apa yang mau disampaikan ke Du? Is there anything you'd like to say to the winner of today's LBS challenge, Du?
Buat ke Du ya, tunggu aja lah di final.
Oh, Wings just said that Du, just wait for me on the final, bro. We're coming for you, we're gunning for you. You may win today, but we're still gonna come after you. Okay. All right, I think it's time for us to finally do the punishment and I'm gonna do it together with him. Jadi langsung saja kita hitung 10 ya. We're gonna have to do 10 squats. Let me help you with the microphone so we can start. Ready? All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A round of applause for Wings, everybody! In the name of sportsmanship, we've done it. And that's it for tonight. Let's go back to the casters. Take it away, casters.
Who's bringing it? All right.
I just have one feedback. That was a very smart move by Conchita Caroline to have the interview before doing the squats so she doesn't run out of breath like Yunsul. But Conchita, your form on the squats was very bad. We need to check that, all right?
It's a DQ.
It's a DQ. You can't bend forward. You're going to hurt your back, girl. Overall, great stuff from Indonesia as usual. I think it's going to be a bloodbath for sure later on next week. 18 games. These teams have got nowhere else to run. It's not just a one-day performance kind of thing. If you kind of falter on one day, you can recover the following day. You've got a total of 3 days, 6 games per day to dominate. But for today, it's the kid. It's the wonder child of Vietnam, Thi Quy, with the 4 eliminations, 6 knockdowns, 3,816 damage with the Tatsuya, Shani, Joseph, as well as Nairi on the active passive skill combinations.
Yeah, Arvin and AC80 as weapon and pest of choice. And so far, Thi Quy has done so well, especially in one of the engagement wherein he was using the M590. But as we look at the rest of the team, it's pretty much standard build for all of them. They're Alan right there, Beaston Bomber as a rusher as well, a little bit tankier with that Kairos as well as Nairi. And for Explore, I mean, this is pretty much like what you need, survivors, if you want to be a sniper in Battle Royale. And if you're a support player like AJ suggested me to, I will follow what Cyrus is getting right there in the skills. But in terms of numbers is what they have. It's not so much though, a total of 10 points for the match.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because WAG is a team that can really hit hard, but it just wasn't their day overall. Yeah. Like Kam said earlier on, they are disappointed. And when they've got a rough game, they find it very difficult to bounce back. And like I said, I believe, when did I say this? I don't know. I said it somewhere this week at the start that the biggest issue for Vietnam is their confidence. And if they can jack up that confidence somehow, I have no doubt whatsoever we are going to see Vietnam as the world champs very, very soon. But key players this time around, Tikwe, Alan, Jun showing up strong with the grenades used for Alan, damage on the side of Tikwe, and of course Jun for the elimination highlights.
And speaking of confidence, hopefully it's not overconfidence that they forget about thinking about their mistakes, because at some point there are teams that are doing so, which is their downfall.
Wow.
But speaking of, there's no downfall for Team Vamos. They brought in a lot in terms of elimination, making it 26 in total, even beating the WAG. Though we did mention that it was not a strong, or not so much of a strong game for WAG because of the number of elimination. And who follows is Heavy as well as PE Sports. Vietnamese team still reigning the day.
Yeah, I mean, Vietnam just kind of ending the day very, very strong here. But of course, the biggest flip of the day is once again the tie. And the tiebreaker for the Booyah cannot be counted on since AG and EVOS both have the exact same number of points. So we move on to the second criteria, and that is the eliminations. And AG Global, although the exact same number of points with EVOS, they win the tiebreaker thanks to the higher number on the eliminations, and they will be the sixth and final team to get into the grand finals early. Next week, AG will not be joining us, but the rest of the teams, including team number 18, they will do battle across 3 days, 18 games to see the top 6 teams, and those will be the final 6 to make it to the finals. The bottom 6 from next week will be eliminated.
Yep, and that is where Todak will be into play. So it's not just for 1 day, for 3 full days, and there will be have more than in the Malaysian scene. But as we crown King of the Day as well as Best Sniper of the Day, it is congratulations for AG Global at this point, and we'll be seeing them on to grand finals. Now the exciting part would be happening by next week, 3 days of matches, and for whoever has failed for today, especially for those who's trying to claim their spot on the grand finals, there's more chances by next week. But it's not just about 1 day. As you mentioned, it's just 3 days of consistency that we are asking for. Whoever is strong enough mentally as well as mechanically skilled into the battlefield, they will take those spots.
Absolutely. And of course, we need to have all teams guns blazing next week. Mistakes will, well, probably be forgiven if you make them once or twice, but in the grand scheme of things, gotta try to make sure you minimize that as much as possible so you can join the 6 Titans in the grand finals. And the grand finals only has 1 day and potentially 10 matches. I was about to say 6 matches, but then I remember with the brand new format that we've got here, up to a potential 10 match day grand finals can happen here. But who are the remaining 6? We will only know next week, Sunday.
It's also potentially 5 games because we saw earlier that by the 4th game, the winning condition, the Booyah condition, or the champion rush condition has already met, and if they grab the Booyah, that would end it. And that's how it is. You still couldn't tell, but you can deny the teams who are aiming for that champion rush condition. But for next week, we have the 3 days, as we keep telling everyone, and these are the teams that will be participating. Core Memory, EVOS Divine is still there. Expand, Team Flash, GOW Heavy, Onyx Olympus, PE Sports, Todak, Visaka Srivijaya, Team Vamos, and WAG.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, of course, not going to be an easy fight at all for the teams here. I mean, they are all teams that have struggled with consistency. And now we have done them a huge favor by taking out the Titans from the race, and we are giving them the competition. But there's a big problem because there's a tiger in there and there's a lot of prey. But of course, if the prey all join together, even the tiger can be beaten now.
Definitely. I mean, imagine the tiger being beat down by I couldn't say what animal it is. But smaller ones. Smaller ones.
Smaller ones. I don't know. We got Misaka Srivijaya. I don't know. I've never seen a bird pick up a tiger before, but maybe this is going to be the first time. Maybe the Garudas will be able to do that. I think the Garudas are sizable enough creatures to be able to pick up a tiger, lift it up into the air. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, jokes aside, it's the end of the day. Neptune and I are going to be signing off. We'll catch you guys next week. Clash Squad Thursday. Don't forget it.